Check, 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Judge. Can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Lee. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I will let the folks in.
All right, let the games begin.
Yep.
Shown. So your camera is not right.
What technology is that, Mr. Wexler?
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. I was just curious what technology is that? Is that a neat item?
I'll be honest, I don't actually know because we just changed our whole firm just joined another firm and they came in with a bunch of super cool technology and this is first time using it. So I'm glad to know that it's functional.
You
Yeah.
have something similar that the commission's used, kind of tracks movement and will focus in on whoever's speaking. It's kind of
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, we have that capability here. I put it on just manual because Nancy Burns is in the room with me. It can do that. It can focus on faces. It can focus on who's talking. It can put it into panels. It's cool.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. It is 9 a.m. I do not see anyone from staff, so we'll wait until they appear. I will check my email to see if they've. I don't suppose, and we're not on the record yet, just waiting for staff. None of you all heard from staff.
We have not.
All right, why don't we'll all just hang tight and I will call. I mean, they might just pop up any second, but I'll call our paralegal and see if and there he is.
Maybe.
Morning, Mr. Friedman. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'm doing all right. How are you this morning?
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Lee, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go on the record. All right, this is a public hearing for case number 23-00403 UT. The matter of El Paso Electric Company's application for approval of abandonment of Rio Grande Power Plant Unit 7 and Newman Unit 1. Today is August 5th, 2024. My name is Christopher Ryan. I'm a hearing examiner with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, I was appointed as the presiding officer for this case. Let's do appearances. El Paso Electric.
Jeff Wexler on behalf of El Paso Electric Company.
Good morning, Ms. Wexler.
Good morning.
CCAE.
Morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner and Council, and Mr. Lee. Charles DeSalen representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Good morning, Mr. DeSalen. And commission staff.
Good morning, everyone. This is Ryan Friedman. I'm representing commission staff this afternoon.
Okay. Everyone who is supposed to be here is here. There was 2 withdrawals in this case from parties. The city of Las Cruces filed this notice of withdrawal on July 29th. And the New Mexico Department of Justice, formerly the New Mexico Attorney General's office, filed a motion to withdraw on August 1 of this year. My paralegal, or the hearing examiner's paralegal, indicates that she received no requests to make public comment on the procedural orders that went out in this case. It's described that if you wish to make public comment, you could do so at the beginning of the hearing, and no one has requested that. We were originally scheduled for a 3-day hearing. We have plenty of time. Obviously, we're not going to use that. We'll likely conclude, not likely, I'm sure we'll conclude today. I did have an email from Commissioner Ellison, and he's going to be joining us at 9:20 as soon as we sort of get into the substance of things. And I don't know what his preference is in terms of if he has specific questions for witnesses and which ones. So why don't, Mr. Wexler, did you have what was your thought for as far as your witnesses? Mr. Shishta will go first, I take it?
That's correct, Your Honor. Mr. Shishta will go first. He'll be followed by Mr. Hawkins, and then finally by Mr. Rodriguez, who has, as you know, adopted the testimony of Mr. Olson.
Mr. DeSalen, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Our witness, David Bach, is on vacation in Mexico right now. And he has requested that he, if possible, and we can accommodate it, but he's requested if possible. that
I'm
he
sorry,
go
Mr.
on-
DeSalen, I'm sorry. You're cutting in and out.
Okay, let me try speaking lower and louder. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, our witness, Mr. David Bach, is on vacation in Mexico right now, and he has requested, if it's okay with everyone, to be able to go on first after lunch.
Any objections to that, Mr. Wexler?
No objection.
I mean, the only question I have would be, do we expect we'll go that long? I don't know. Is he eligible? So after lunch, I assume that means 1 o'clock?
Yes, that's correct. And I had the same question. And actually he said he can work it out, just keep him informed. But he would prefer to go after lunch if possible.
Well, I mean, if we have to, I mean, we're not in any huge rush to get this all. I mean, if there's a need to just take an extended lunch, then we can come back at 1. Are people opposed to that? Just for purposes of accommodating the witness? Great. So why don't we do that? So Mr. DeSalen, maybe you can communicate with your witness and let him know that whatever happens in the next couple hours, we'll take a break. It might end up being an extended lunch break, and then he'll come on promptly at 1 p.m. New Mexico time.
Yes, that will work. And I want to thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and thank the other parties as well for accommodating us.
Okay, well, so that's 12 minutes from now, Mr. Commissioner Ellison will join us, so we can go through the, well, I guess let's do it before we turn to Mr. Schiestel on the evidence. Are there any other matters from the parties to address before we turn to the evidentiary portion of the hearing?
Not from El Paso Electric.
And I hear nothing from staff or CCAE, so I'll assume the answer there is no. All right, so let's go to the applicant's case. Mr. Wexler, please go ahead and call your first witness.
Thank you. We call Mr. Jim Schiestel, who I see is on the screen.
And Mr. Lee, if you could swear Mr. Schiestel in.
For Schiestel, if you'll please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Schiestel.
Good morning.
Do you have before you what's been marked as EPE Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
And what is EPE Exhibit 1?
EPE Exhibit 1 is my direct testimony on behalf of El Paso Electric in this case, filed December 5th, 2023.
Was that direct testimony created by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections here this morning?
I have, I'll just note a change. Since we filed this testimony in December, my title has changed to Vice President of Regulatory Operations and Resource Strategy. I've updated that in the my rebuttal testimony, and but none of my responsibilities relevant to this proceeding are any different. I would also note that, as was noted earlier, David Rodriguez will be replacing Mr. Olson as a witness in this case, and there are several references in my direct testimony to the testimony of Mr. Olson, and that would obviously be references to Mr. Rodriguez's testimony.
Is the understanding those updates and corrections, but taking that into account, is the direct testimony EPE Exhibit 1 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked the same questions that are posed in that testimony today, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
At this point, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we would offer EPE Exhibit number 1.
Any objections? EPE Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Mr. Schiestel, do you have before you what's been previously marked as EPE Exhibit number 2?
Yes, EPE Exhibit 2 is my rebuttal testimony in this case, filed on July 9th, 2024.
And do you have any corrections to that rebuttal testimony?
No.
Was that rebuttal testimony drafted or created by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is that rebuttal testimony EPE Exhibit 2 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if you were posed the same questions that are presented in your rebuttal testimony today on the stand under oath, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
Mr.
Hearing Examiner, we offer EPE Exhibit 2 into the record.
Any objections? Hearing none, EPE Exhibit 2 will be admitted.
With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we tender Mr. Schiestel for cross-examination.
Good morning, Commissioner Ellison. I will give you the opportunity to make inquiry of Mr. Schiestel, if you're prepared to do that, sir.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Schiestel.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I just wanted to have a discussion about your filing here. I understand that as a condition of receiving Texas approval on the construction of your new Newman Unit 6, that you agreed to file for abandonment for these 2 units. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was more specifically related to TCEQ approvals, but yes, in order to get final approval for Newman Unit 6, we agreed to file for abandonment prior to the commercial online date for Newman 6.
And TECQ is the Texas Environmental Quality.
Yes, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Okay, great. Thank you. And what is the status of Newman Unit 6?
So Newman Unit 6 began commercial operation on December 27th of last year, and has been operating since.
Great. So that was just a few weeks after you filed this application that unit went into commercial service.
Correct.
Okay. And as a practical matter, how is that plant being dispatched, and how are Newman Unit 1 and Rio Grande 7 being dispatched?
Commissioner, I would suggest that those questions go to Mr. Rodriguez. Has intimate knowledge of not only Newman 6 but also operations at the Newman Power Station. He can give you an answer to the operations. As I understand it, for this summer, certainly Newman 6 is operating and being dispatched to serve load. I'm not intimately aware of how Newman Units 1 and 2, although they are operational, I can't say how they're being dispatched exactly for the summer load.
Okay. But in general, I understand that Newman Unit 6 is going to be a lot more efficient, and I would imagine that it would be preferable to dispatch that as opposed to the two units that we're talking about here.
That's correct. Newman Unit 6 is a combustion turbine. The units, Rio 7 and Newman 1, are steam turbines. It has very fast ramping capability, more efficient, uses less water. All the characteristics I think we identified or at least discussed in our testimony. It's a obviously much more advanced unit than the 60-plus-year-old units that we're proposing to be abandoned.
Right. And the unit 6 is 228 megawatts, and Newman Unit 1 81.6, and Rio Grande 7 is 50 megawatts, correct?
That's correct.
And what were you considering to be the replacement resources for Newman 1 and Rio Grande 7?
So we haven't identified specific one-for-one replacement exhibits. Or replacement facilities or units. I want to be clear about that, just because it was an issue that we addressed in rebuttal. I think the way I would describe it is the portfolio additions that we've made as these units are planned or were planned for retirement, and that includes Rio Grande Unit 6, which is even older than Rio 7, but was approved for abandonment in a prior commission order approving a settlement. In that case, the portfolio of resources that were coming in or have been coming in include not only Newman Unit 6, the 228 megawatt combustion turbine, but also at the time 2 large solar facilities that were approved by the commission for LTPPA approvals, and that was the 150 megawatt Hecate facility and 120 megawatt Buena Vista facility. So the Buena Vista facility is operational now, 120 megawatt facility. Newman 6 is obviously operational. Hecate basically won't be operational, at least on the original contract, and we are proceeding with with efforts now to get out of that contract and take what we need to the commission for that, which we haven't determined exactly what that is yet, but we're in active discussions or on that contract. So those resources are really the ones that are coming in at the same time that we're removing these other resources or proposing to abandon these other resources. In addition, there have since been, we have contracted and had approval for the Kearney facility, in which will serve New Mexico load. That's 130 megawatt solar facility plus with a 65 megawatt battery. And so I would say those are the facilities coming in as quote unquote replacement facilities as these other units are abandoned.
The Buena Vista facility has a 50 megawatt battery. Is that operational as well?
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so if we look at Rio Grande 6, the commission dealt with that unit last year. And if we, and unit Newman 2, you've got slated for end of 2027, is that right? Retirement on that one.
Yeah, yes, currently that's the expectation with the life extension. That's correct.
And so if we combine Newman 1 and 2 and Rio Grande 6 and 7, we're at just over 260 megawatts, correct?
I believe in that range. Although I would say if we start talking about Newman 2, I'd add in terms of new resources coming in. We also completed RFPs in both Texas and New Mexico just recently, and we've selected significantly more resources to now come in the 26, 27 timeframe. So if we want to add Newman 2 to this mix, I would say we also want to include considerably more solar and battery storage resources that will be coming in the same time frame. Those we're in active negotiations on PPAs with those now, but there's significantly more resources will be coming in the 26, 27, 28 timeframe.
Okay, and well, you've already got the unit Newman 6 commissioned and operational, and that's obviously a lot of capacity. When it comes to, so retiring unit 6, Rio Grande, and then unit 7, Rio Grande, and then Newman unit 1, isn't that by itself, sufficient sort of replacement capacity?
I would say yes, from a static point of view.
Yes.
What we proposed to do in this abandonment proceeding was to project a date, and what we included in our application was January 1st, 2026 for abandonment, which would basically, all of our planning happens around our summer months. And so post summer of 25, we proposed to make an evaluation of our resource adequacy at that point, and then either proceed with and this is what we requested approval for, proceed with abandonment 1st of 26, or push it another year if that was necessary. And we did that for two reasons. The experience with the Hecate facility and planning for resources coming online that then don't materialize for whatever reason. And then also we saw significant peak load growth in 2023. And so what we wanted to do was to say, okay, there are variables here which you can't necessarily completely accurately predict. And so we'll make abandonment and removal of these facilities from permanently from use contingent upon things happening over the next 2 years, 24 and 25. Now, if for example, we don't have a year like 23 in terms of load growth, if we get facilities that we have planned to come in on time, then we're well positioned for the 26 date. If anything happens, different than that, for example, new facilities don't come online on expected dates, or customer load growth is much higher than, say, we anticipated, then we would have the ability to say, okay, we need to wait one more summer before again looking at this, looking at the resource adequacy at that point, looking at both load growth and new resource additions, and make a determination for 2027. That was the scenario around which we made that our application.
Great, thank you. I understand your point that if you're looking at a 1-to-1 replacement, one might argue that, that's been done, but if we consider load growth, we might want to be more cautious about removing these units from service.
Right. We are seeing a lot of interest that we haven't seen in the past from data center load, and while only one of those is really materializing, there is a lot of potential for load growth, and so again, that was another consideration around how we treat these units with respect to abandonment.
Do you have a estimate in terms of that large data center when that might come online?
In our current most updated LNR, that load begins to appear in the 26-27 timeframe, and we've built that into our LNR assumptions in terms of load.
And how many megawatts would that load be?
The ultimate peak demand is estimated around 200 megawatts, with a ramp up or a commissioning period over about 2 to 3 years is what they identify. So if we assume, say, start of commissioning in 26, it's a ramp up from that point, 2 to 3 years to the 200 megawatts.
It's quite impressive when we're talking about resources about that size in this application.
Yes, it is.
And so your proposal here is that you're requesting abandonment approval contingent on meeting certain targets regarding your operational reserve.
That's correct. That was our original proposal, was to make an assessment using our LNR in late 25 for the 26 date. Based on staff's testimony in this case, in rebuttal, we also offered, because we will be doing our next IRP next year, and we're really starting up the public advisory group portion of that now. And because we'll be doing the IRP, our next IRP in 25, we also offered as an additional contingency, a demonstration in the IRP that abandonment or removal of those units is reasonable and prudent going forward. So I think what we have is really two contingent or contingencies: one, a demonstration in our LNR, as well as the IRP.
Okay, and when you say abandonment, what do you mean by that?
Good question. So what we mean by abandonment is the permanent removal of the unit from operations. So as opposed to retirement, abandonment would mean literally the disconnecting the fuel sources and the electrical connection of the facility from our grid. So we really think of it as it's the final step. It's the permanent removal of those facilities. Now that doesn't mean that decommissioning in the nuclear sense, right, where you remove the entire, you remove every vestige of the unit from the location. It really just means the permanent disconnection of the facility with no intention to use it as a generation resource in the future.
So abandonment in place essentially of these units while disconnecting them from fuel and from the grid.
Yes, just as an example, the Rio Grande power station still has units 1 through 5 located at that power station. They're all obviously abandoned, but the units themselves, what remains of them is still located at the Rio Grande power station.
Right. And so right now, these units, Newman 1 and Rio Grande 7, are operational and can be dispatched. Is that correct?
I'll say yes. Again, Mr. Rodriguez could give you a lot more detail if you want it, but yes, they're operational. We have been maintaining those units as well as Rio Grande Unit 6 for contingent purposes. So, and because of the nature of the unit operationally, as a steam turbine, they're started and kept running. They're not the kind of thing you turn on and off frequently. And so they're available for summer peak service this year. Yes.
And these 2 units you would put into an inactive reserve status until confirmation that that reserves are sufficient and that you could retire them, abandon them.
That is my general understanding. Those units do move in and out of inactive reserve, or they have. And really we target for contingent purposes, at least for load serving for summers. But generally speaking, that has been the transition of our units from full operations to retirement and then abandonment. Is they will be inactive reserve for some periods of time, and they'll be maintained and used for contingent purposes. But generally speaking, yes.
We know, sorry, Commissioner Ellison, if I could just chime in real quickly. So this is, I remember from our discussions of the RG6 case, we have inactive reserve and then mothballed. And then I guess the final stage would be then abandonment. I mean, is that effectively the 3 categories of existence the units can be in?
I believe after mothballed, at least from the NERC standards, is retired.
Okay.
I think abandonment is specific, at least in the language here, is specific to New Mexico statute.
Okay.
But yes.
And then the question I was going to just ask real quickly was, so if the units are phasing in and out of inactive reserve now, they would be actively used or placed into inactive reserve. Is that correct?
Again, that's my general understanding. I think Mr. Rodriguez could give you more specific details on that.
Okay, and then the last question was just maybe it might be to Mr. Rodriguez, but when was the last time the units were actually utilized?
As I said, I'm sure they were utilized in the summer of 23. To what extent they've been run this year? Again, Mr. Rodriguez could give you that.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Ellison.
No, that's absolutely fine. Mr. Schiestel, I wanted to ask about, you may have this somewhere in your filing. I'm curious about the level of savings you expect to accrue to the ratepayer by abandoning these units if you're not having to pay for O&M expenses on these units.
I would say the primary area of savings is in fuel. I'll turn back to O&M, but from a fuel perspective, more efficient gas units obviously use less fuel than these. And so the primary savings would flow to customers through lower fuel costs, hypothetically, just in if you were, say, run Newman 6, for example, versus Newman 1. From a O&M cost perspective, because our level of generation O&M was established, at least as it is currently in our base rates, was established in our last rate case. Our current rates don't reflect increasing O&M costs for these units. Those are borne by the company. And that's one of the issues with that I think that we note in my testimony in direct, is the company bears the cost of continuing to maintain these units and to higher operational O&M costs. And any expectation around continuing to do that then, absent abandonment, would mean that we would say look at, in our next rate case, modifying rates to reflect the higher levels of O&M. So while customers don't see that today, not abandoning these units and EPE then making the decision to continue to operate them would mean higher costs in the future on the O&M side.
I did notice that in your direct testimony, and I wanted to understand that a little bit better. So is it that in your previous rate case, you didn't ask for those O&M costs because you thought the units would be retired, or is it that the O&M costs have just increased beyond what your expectations were?
The second, right? The O&M and capital costs associated with Unit 7 and Newman Unit 1 are in rates, but as those costs increase with continuing to operate the units, obviously any increase in those costs over the amounts assumed in the test year for base rates would then be borne by the company.
And that's due to additional spare parts. I don't know how the boilers are performing on these units.
Right. Exactly. It's just higher O&M costs. And interestingly, for these units, for example, spare parts typically means actually fabricating replacement parts because no spares are available for 60-plus-year-old units. And so that's really one of the drivers of higher O&M costs. In really simple maintenance and replacing components, it means you generally have to either rebuild or actually fabricate replacement parts for the units.
And how long would you project that this could continue without some major overhaul of these units? How long could the status quo continue?
I don't know that I can give you a good answer on that. Probably both Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Rodriguez could speak to that. Although in Mr. Hawkins' testimony, he does discuss our commissioning studies, engineering studies by Burns and McDonnell to evaluate what it would cost for life extension. And so it's one matter to say, I'm going to keep these units running along in their current state, more or less, for some period of time. It's another to say, well, if I'm going to continue to run these units for, say, a longer period of time, say 3 to 5 years, the cost goes up significantly. And those cost estimates were included in Mr. Hawkins' testimony. And so it really is a question of, are you going to continue to maintain these units so that you will have them available to you going forward on a contingent basis? Are you actually making the decision to say, okay, I want to keep this unit for the next 5 years, for example, which is what we did with Newman Unit 2. So we made the determination that we would do a life extension, which is a much more intensive upgrade to the unit, capital and O&M, in order to get that life extension, as opposed to just keeping the unit running from year to year.
Right. That makes sense. So you did do that life extension on Newman 7, Newman 2, so that you could reliably operate it through the end of 2027.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Well, that's all the questions that come to mind for now. Thank you, Mr. Schiestel.
Certainly, Commissioner. Thank you.
Just to follow up before I ask staff or give the opportunity for staff to ask questions, do these units have, and I've not been assigned the EP RPS case for this year, but I assume these units have no impact on the RPS case in any way.
That's correct.
The only thought I had was that, oftentimes we do those cases and we just sort of are focused upon the renewable power that the unit is, any particular unit is expected to generate. But one aspect of the RPS case obviously is looking backwards at total emissions generation that has happened. So we're moving forward towards a carbon-free environment, but we all still have these units hanging around that are generating emissions of varying kinds. And I guess I'm just wondering if in the testimony, assume these units do have to be run, what are they going to emit, and how much? Is that in the testimony as far as we're aware?
In the current case, I don't believe we included details on the emission of these units beyond just saying that they don't have, given the age, they don't have the type of pollution controls or emission controls that these newer units do, like Newman 6. So certainly the emissions is greater from in that perspective with these units. I don't believe we included that in this case. Mr. Hawkins could certainly speak to that.
Yeah, and the basic thought underlying this is, the capacity question obviously is significant, but it seems to me that there is some reality where you turn these things on and it's not all goodness that comes out of them.
Right. And that's one aspect, right, of the whole of the considerations, obviously. With respect to the REA and the RPS requirements in New Mexico, I'll just say as we add more renewable resources, both to our system generally and to specific to New Mexico, like the Kearney project, the expectation, obviously, from a energy perspective, is that you're producing less from gas units and producing more from clean units, and so that's the connection of our existing gas fleet in RPS, is that you procure more energy from these renewable facilities so that you procure less from gas facilities.
Right. I know at one time, I forget what case it was, it might have been 1999, but I remember someone from your company describing the process of producing a jurisdictional specific loads and resources table for New Mexico. Does that exist?
Yes, since our last IRP, we started looking jurisdictionally at resource planning between Texas and New Mexico. That basically is driven by the very different policy perspectives on renewable resources and RPS between Texas and New Mexico. I think it makes sense to look at that, especially as we do this transition in New Mexico to greater and cleaner resources. Although I will say that our resource portfolio, our total system resource portfolio, will be more aligned with the REA requirements, I think, as we go forward in the future. That's driven primarily by economics. I mentioned that in our most recent RFP, we had considerable amount of solar and battery storage resources being procured for Texas. And so those are not being procured to meet an RPS requirement. They're being procured because in the modeling, from both operational and load serving perspective as well as cost, they're selected as the best resource.
So the loads and resources accompanying your testimony in this case, it's that PDF. I mean, you go into the application, which I'm using to kind of go back over the testimony. Anyways, there's the El Paso Electric Company Loads and Resources 2022 to 2041. And the date says September 13, 2021. That's the system, right?
I believe so. I don't have that one open in front of me, and I don't believe we we include that. I believe that the LNRs we've included have been on a system basis. I'd have to look at the Mr. Hawkins.
That's fine. I'm just asking, so what was attached to your testimony really? And it looks like, oh no, it might be Mr. Hawkins. I apologize. You're right. That could be his,
That's correct.
David C. Hawkins. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. All right, so but we don't have the New Mexico one, it sounds like.
That's correct. That's my recollection, is that we did not include the New Mexico one. And I think the rationale behind that, at least from looking at this from a system perspective, is, as I said in my rebuttal testimony, you know, that the units that we're adding, for example, Newman Unit 6, really provide certainly the stability and voltage support and the other attributes they bring to the system, while removing other gas resources, really is for system wide, right? We dispatch our system to serve load. And so from that perspective, the system LNR is really relevant to the decision to remove units from the total portfolio, and the units that we're adding to the portfolio.
Would you have any opposition to supplying us the New Mexico jurisdictional specific one?
No. Would
Great.
not.
So can we have you supply that as bench request number 1, Mr. Wexler, for the utility?
Yes, we'll be happy to provide that. We should be able to do it by the end of the week, I expect.
Sure. It just gives insight into, I've always sat around and wondered how you all, I mean, because you can't trace electrons, so how do you do the planning? And then to the extent to which you're thinking about them in different ways, it's always useful, I think. I mean, just from my perspective, to see what the plan is for New Mexico anyway.
Yeah, happy to
Specifically.
provide that. We'll be happy to comply.
Thank you. That was all I had for the moment. So I'll turn to Mr. Friedman and staff. If you'd like to ask Mr. Shisho some questions, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Yes, we do have some questions for Mr. Shistil. Good morning, Mr. Shistil. How are you?
Good. Thank you. Good morning.
Thanks for being here. So I'll just jump right into this. You wrote in your direct testimony that, in reference to RG7 and M1, that they are the least efficient units in EP's fleet. Is that something you still believe is true today?
I'd ask you for a location. It says, my recollection is I said among the least efficient in our fleet. Again,
so I can direct you to page 12, line 18, if you want to.
right. I noted Rio Grande Unit 6, but yes, as I state, least efficient units in EP's fleet. Might be more correct to say among the least and least efficient units in EP's fleet, but yes.
And in your opinion, is RG7 and NM1 less efficient than the copper unit?
I was thinking that as I answered your question. I believe based on the table that Mr. Hawkins includes in his, or it could be Mr. Olson's testimony now adopted by Mr. Rodriguez. We did have a heat rate table in the application, and it may be that the copper unit, while younger or not as old as the Rio 7 and Newman 1, is less efficient. It's a different type of unit, I believe, but I think that the other witnesses can address that more directly if you want to ask that.
Okay, well, okay, that's fine. I can follow up with them. Based on your knowledge of copper, Do you have an opinion on why RG7NM1 should be abandoned over copper instead of copper?
I'd say, based on my limited knowledge of the copper facility, I'd say it is both the difference in the ages of the facility and the conditions. So that determination with respect to Rio 7 and Newman 1 is really driven, relative to copper, is really driven by the age of the units and their condition, more so than their heat rate and efficiency.
Thank you. And if you can refer to your direct testimony, page 15, line 1, I'll go there myself. And you essentially wrote, I'll summarize it. I'll rephrase it. A continued operation of RG7 and M1, what you wrote would essentially erase the reliability, economic, and environmental benefits that customers will realize with abandonment. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did EP provide a quantified estimate of the reliability benefits?
I don't believe so. But again, that all of those, especially the reliability aspects, and well, economic and environmental, all are, I think, attributable. That expectation is attributable just to the age of the units. The reliability aspect really goes to the increasing concern over time with units of this age of ultimately a catastrophic failure, meaning I say a permanent issue with the units that basically remove them from service permanently, and obviously that the possibility of that increases over time with their age, and so that's the reference primarily to the reliability.
Mr. Friedman, can I just interject for a minute? I just want to make sure I understand like the nature of the inquiry that I think staff is engaged in. I just want to, Mr. Sheesh, if I can confirm a few questions with you real quickly. So if I understand staff's concern here and the capacity concern, you know, the basic question is, well, what happens if there's somehow a shortfall of energy and you require these units to produce? I mean, is that what you understand staff's concern to be, Mr. Sheesh?
No, I don't know that I had gotten there.
Well, other than staff, have I articulated the staff's concern, Mr. Friedman?
Yeah, that is the core of staff's concern.
All right, so then it seems to me if that's the core concern, then the question that you would seem to have to ask is, I mean, I assume capacity could come from off-system sales too, right? If you were short capacity, you could buy energy from another location. Is that true, Mr. Sheesh?
That is our common practice in the summer season, is to have a portion of our capacity and energy coming from off-system sales. We do, or purchases. We have import capabilities for transmission in order to get capacity and energy into the system when we need it. Just as an example, in the summer of 23, when we hit our historic peak demand, we were at various times importing in the area of 400 megawatts into our system from off-system purchases.
And when those off-system purchases are made, does the utility have the capacity to specify the type of energy that it's purchasing, whether it comes from a particular solar facility or a battery plant or a battery power station or a gas plant? Do you have that ability to do that?
I don't believe so generally. I don't know if we have ever contracted specifically for facilities, or we simply make off-system purchases, but it's predominantly just off-system purchases that aren't.
And I guess the question I'm trying to figure out is like, well, because if you did have to run these units to meet capacity, which staff just confirmed is in fact their concern, you know, as I said earlier, there's cost to running these units. I mean, not only just the operational costs that you're concerned, but then the emissions costs. And so then it would be a question of like, well, what is the cost of doing that, of running them? And then you'd have to, what it would seem to me, do some sort of assessment to say, well, is it actually just more beneficial to do off-system sales than run these things? I mean, that seems to be like the analyses that would have to occur. Is that right, Mr. Shisho?
Yes, although I think that it's important to look at the difference between, say, operational units. In other words, our current fleet of units that we're not proposing to abandon. That determination, that say that the economic perspective of do we dispatch a particular unit during that day versus make purchases off system, and that's really significantly part of the EIM, the imbalance market that we participate in now, and that determination, that sort of economic determination of how you whether you produce your own energy or purchase it. And that's distinctly different than a decision around a unit like Rio 7 and Newman 1, which of course don't participate in EIM. But the determination for final abandonment on Rio 7 and Newman 1 is not really about the economics of the units. It's not even the specifically the environmental cost or the fuel cost. It is specifically most directly the age of the units and their reliability based on their age and their availability. The cost determination around Rio 7 and Newman 1 was made in our last IRP, where we looked at the cost of a life extension to keep those units operating for, say, the next 5 years versus the cost of other resources, right? Which is what you do in an IRP. You compare the cost between those two options. And that determination, the determination at that time was that it was not economic to do life extensions versus just procure new resources.
So this abandonment application really flows from the IRP, the last IRP that EPE filed.
It's certainly supported by it, right? The analysis there is, okay, these units are near or past really their useful lives, but evaluate the cost of, say, keeping them operating and operationally being able to depend on them for the next 5 years. That was the economic analysis in the IRP.
And when you use the words catastrophic failure throughout the testimonies, you know, what we're not talking about the facility exploding, right? Like that's it's not a safety concern as far as injuring the public, or is it?
No, it's not. Obviously, we wouldn't be operating the units at all if there was a serious concern around the safety of the plant or personnel or the public. It's really about a failure in the unit that is not something that ultimately you can repair or do repair. Certainly, the cost is then it is prohibitively expensive to get the unit back operating. That's really the reference, the catastrophic reference.
And it just seems like in some ways, if there's a capacity concern question, you know, to what extent are you also absorbing a fair amount of risk if you're even going to consider these units for capacity shortfalls that we can't necessarily predict right now? Like, it's not as if it's a simple enough task to just run them. Like, you have to have so much investments to even get them into the position where they can be run at all. I mean, am I understanding the testimony correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that they have to actually fabricate the parts to make these things work.
Yes.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say I had the opportunity to visit Rio just relatively recently and see those units, and yes, it is interesting to think about keeping that old car running for as long as possible.
Now, I'm sorry if this is in one of the reports, but are you familiar, like, well, the average lifespan of units like these? Have we exceeded where we normally would be?
Yes, that's in Mr. Rodriguez's testimony. He includes actually a table of the age of comparable steam units across the country, and yes, they are at the far end of the useful lives of these units, or operational lives of these types of units.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Friedman, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't interrupt. I just wanted to get my head clear before you ask your questions so that I can think properly about them.
No, that was okay, Mr. Henry Zimmer. I just wanted to expand on, based on your question before you went into your questions with Mr. Sheestill, the core of staff's concern obviously is adequate resource replacement. But where I was going with the last question and then the following two was there's also concerns by staff regarding whether or not EPs provided complete information regarding costs and benefits of abandonment. So with these next two questions and the last one I'd answered, that's kind of going towards that direction of, is there enough information? So I'll proceed if that's all right.
Sure.
Did EP provide any quantified estimates for and we'll go into the economic benefits for abandonment?
I think I say in my rebuttal testimony that we haven't really identified benefits of not abandoning the units. Certainly as I noted previously, we did economic analysis, cost analysis of continuing to operate the units for a long period of time. And I want to make that distinction. There's a difference between maintaining the units well from an O&M and even a capital perspective so that they are operational, and refurbishing them or doing life extensions, the amount of work required and the cost of work required to make those units reliably available for the next, say, 3 to 5 years, which is what you would need to do if you wanted to move them back into your operational portfolio and say, I'm going to plan to have these units and count on them for the next 3 to 5 years. There's a big difference between those two things. And it's really that second one that the life extension analysis addresses. And the tens of millions of dollars that would have to be invested. And EPE would obviously expect to put those costs into rates, which would be an increase for cost increase for customers from that perspective.
And then I guess my last question in this series would be in EP's application, you guys referenced some environmental benefits of closing RG7 and NM1. Did EP provide or do research on any other quantified estimates regarding those environmental benefits?
I'm sure we have that information with respect to the two units, operating them versus non-operating them. I don't believe we included that in our application, but I think that if we did, and Mr. Hawkins can address that.
Well, let's do that. We'll call that bench request 2. Mr. Wexler, if you could just supply the data. It's a fair question, and I'd asked about it as well. It's what you can be measured.
Happy to. Do you mind clarifying just what the bench request is? As I understand, it's any quantification of the environmental benefits of retiring units Rio 7 and Newman 1. Is that accurate?
Mr. Friedman?
Yes.
Mr. Sheestill, is that sufficiently clear for your purposes?
I believe so, yes.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Sheestill, I guess we'll switch gears here. If you can look at your direct testimony, page 18, line 9.
Okay.
And you'll see you wrote adequate generation resources will exist such that load serving capability and reserves are not impacted by the permanent removal from operations of RG7 and NM1. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you state that resources will exist. How certain is EP of being able to achieve that?
As I said previously, Buena Vista and the 120 megawatt solar facility and Newman Unit 6 currently are operational. And we have additionally the new Kearney facility, which we expect to be available. The testimony here is really about the contingent nature of this request, and that is our expectation is that we would have sufficient resources in 2026 to no longer need these units and abandon them. But that's why we included there, because there are assumptions around both new resources as well as customer load, that assuming those things happen, what we're saying in our testimony is that 26 would be, we'd have adequate resources in 2026 to abandon these units. But to the extent we don't, because things happen beyond what we forecasted, then the abandonment would be pushed a year, and those units would remain and available, at least on a contingent basis, for the summer of 26. And then we would reevaluate at the post summer of 26, late in 26, if January 27 is the more appropriate abandonment date.
And in the alternative for obtaining new resources, has EPE's recent RFPs resulted in a robust number of bids?
Yes. I think I noted we completed those, and we're current, and we've made resource selections from those bids. Again, a significant amount of solar and battery storage. We're in the process now of negotiating the purchase power agreements with the counterparties in those, and to the extent, therefore, we expect them to be, for example, serving load, New Mexico load. I would expect we would then file long-term LTPPA, long-term purchase power agreements for approval at the commission. But at this point, I'll say yes, there are significant solar and storage selections out of the most recent RFPs.
And with these recent RFPs, have they resulted in reasonable priced bids as well?
Well, that's the basis of the selection. So the selection in the RFP in the competitive bidding process is both price and the ability of the units to serve load, and with CODs, operation dates that we've requested in the RFPs.
And if we can go to your rebuttal testimony on page 23, line 3.
Yes, I'm there.
And you wrote, let's see here, EPE did not select the units for abandonment on the basis of operating cost.
Yes.
Did EPE consider operating costs when making the decision to abandon these units?
Yes. Certainly in the sense of what it would cost to not abandon the facilities and instead keep them for operational purposes. That's the life extension analysis I referenced in the last IRP. What I meant there was that the designation of these units for abandonment is primarily based on their age and condition. And I think, that would be the case. That would be the case regardless of operating costs. They are also much less efficient and more costly to run than the other units. But that reference there is really to go back to the main point that the selection or the designation of these units for abandonment, which has been contemplated for some time, is really about, again, their age and condition than cost of operations or anything else.
To your knowledge, were any numbers shared regarding the cost of operations in the application?
The cost of the life extensions is in Mr. Hawkins' testimony.
Right, that's the life extensions, but what about operation costs?
So if you're referring to just ongoing O&M, I don't believe we included anything on that in the testimony, primarily because of the basis for the proposal to abandon on the basis of age. Certainly, Mr. Rodriguez could provide more details on, say, the operating costs of these units relative to the other units. But that's really, like, again, less of a consideration than the other attributes, the age, the condition, and then the decision point here is really if we're making a decision around abandonment versus not abandoning, then the question becomes, if you don't abandon these units, what is your plan going forward for them? And if it is the only reasonable plan, if you don't abandon the units, is it and replace them with other generating units, is to continue to operate them for load serving purposes. And that really then requires life extension, capital additions, and in the units.
If we can, do you still have your rebuttal testimony open?
Yes.
If we can jump to page 23, line 1.
Yes.
And you wrote, and this is in response to a question about generating costs per megawatt hour at the unit level. EPE currently does not have the requested data by unit as described by Mr. Fillion. Does EPE make off-system sales decisions at the unit level?
I would say for units that are participating in the EIM, the answer to that is yes. But those are specifically and almost exclusively the fuel costs, incremental fuel costs associated with the units. I think questions around the availability of cost data on a unit, the generating unit basis, would probably be best addressed to Mr. Hawkins. But we consider the cost of the facility, the overall power plant, as opposed to individual units, say for cost recovery and accounting purposes. We don't have it by unit, as I understand it.
Oh, can you repeat that last part? You said you don't?
That's correct. As I said in my testimony, we do not have the data by unit, as was.
Okay. And then if we can go to your rebuttal testimony, page 8, line 10. I'll get there myself. And in reference to this, it's basically EP is proposing that abandonment is contingent on EP having sufficient resources to meet its planning reserve margin for the following year. What exactly would EPE consider as proof that they have sufficient resources?
So the LNR includes generation resources that we know will be operational for the summer. So the LNR is really, the real LNR analyzes or looks at resources and loads expected for the summer peak period. So from a load perspective, it is our load forecast. From a generation perspective, it's the units that we expect will be available for the summer. So then this demonstration, this contingency that we identified for abandonment, is really a demonstration for, say, 2026. If we go by our dates in this as we requested them, if we look at the expectations for load and resources in the following summer, it would be a demonstration that margin over reserve number is reasonable from the perspective of, and recognizing that we don't include the market purchases, which can be significant in summer. Recognizing we don't include that the number on the LNR is reasonable from our perspective, and can be even if we don't have a margin over reserve, it's low enough or is reasonable from the perspective of then market purchases within summer, which can be very beneficial for customers that we include that as a resource in our operating year.
So then would EP consider power purchaser agreements?
From an LNR perspective, as I understand it, the only power purchase agreements that would be included in the LNR would be actual contractual arrangements for the summer, as opposed to your short-term or near-term purchases that are always going on during the actual operational year. So the LNR would include power purchases if they were contracted power purchases. So most of the solar that we reflect at least currently in the LNR is purchase power agreements, but they're contracted purchase power agreements.
And would the LNR reflect the purchase power agreements even if power had not been provided yet?
Do you mean for example, for a new facility?
No. Well, sure. Yeah. For a new facility.
If we have the expectation that it will be online and operating for the summer, I would say yes.
And what about in the other direction for an older facility?
Well, again, any facility, the evaluation is, will it be available for summer? The distinction I was making there, let's just say, for example, that we have a contracted facility, a PPA with a counterparty for a May commercial operation date. If all indications are that facility was going to meet the May commercial operation date, we would expect to have it on the LNR from that perspective, that it'll be available to serve summer.
That was helpful. Thank you. And can you since you went to the commercial operations date, can you give kind of a summary of EP's recent experience with Hecate and their commercial operations date?
Well, I think that we file monthly reports on Hecate with the commission. I would summarize it as the facility as it was contracted for and anticipated, the 150 megawatt facility as it was, again, originally contemplated and contracted for, and for which we received commission approval on an LTPPA, is not going to happen. We're still in the process of sort of wrapping up that contract. And we're also in the process, and we had a bid for a facility to be located in exactly the same spot and about the same size. But that obviously is not the same COD that was anticipated for Hecate, which was basically for summer of this year. And so I think it's safe to say that the original contemplated 150 megawatt facility, Hecate, is not, obviously won't happen, but there will be a facility built in pretty much the same location, interconnected to the same new substation that EPE built, with a COD in 2026.
And generally, how has EPE managed the risk of missing COD dates for replacement resources?
Well, that's easily the most significant one in my recollection. But I think that, generally speaking, it's around this planning around and the use of the LNR, certainly, and the flexibility that we have with other resources, for example, just market purchases, covers a part of that. CODs become clearer and clearer, or the fact that entities are going to make CODs becomes clearer and clearer as you get closer to the online date. And that's why again, with respect to our proposal to make abandonment contingent on a later assessment, a more current assessment at the time, at that time of loads and resources is exactly for that reason, is for both the possibility of delayed CODs for new resources, as well as unexpected load increases, say, for example, beyond our forecast. We go back to the summer of 2023, where our peak load for summer of last year was pretty close to 200 megawatts, almost 10% higher than our forecasted, or at least our prior peak, and actually was closer to our forecasted peak demand for 2029 than it was for what we had for 2023. So we have that possibility of unusual, and that was driven primarily by a very hot summer. And so because you have that possibility, both for uncertainty around your customer load, as well as uncertainty around possible moving CODs for new resources, that's why we wanted to make our proposal for the abandonment date, the 2026 date, to be contingent on a later, a more current evaluation of where we are at with resources and loads, and when we get closer to that time period.
So at this time, does EP have any plan to manage the risk of COD dates, for replacement resources?
Well, I think that's part of our current LNR, and as part of this proceeding really is making that determination that we can in fact abandon these two units, 100 plus megawatts of generating capacity as we get closer to that point in time. And so we have essentially covered the risk of, for example, not having sufficient resources, at least from a planning perspective and the LNR perspective, for 2026, because of conditions that are beyond what we had originally anticipated, by saying basically, okay, we're going to keep these units now operating and at least available for operation for the summer of 26 because of our evaluation of the LNR. So really our planning for the risk around new resources coming in or changes in load that we didn't anticipate is really this contingency of saying we can in fact maintain these and keep these units for another summer if we need to. And so again, we get close to the 2026 date, the end of 25, and we make that evaluation. We say yes, we look good for 26, or no, we need to have the units available for one more summer and then reevaluate at the end of 26.
You can jump to page 14 of your rebuttal, line 6.
Okay.
And there you wrote, Mr. Hawkins includes with his direct testimony EP's 2023 L&R, which shows the total system planning reserve deficiency of 65 megawatts for 2026. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that planning reserve deficiency include Hecate as a resource?
I don't believe so. I'd have to confirm. Mr. Hawkins can certainly confirm that, but I don't believe that reflects Hecate. I'm not certain, so I think that's an excellent question for Mr. Hawkins.
All right, I'll make note of that.
In other words, just to make sure I understand, if it does not include, if the planning reserve deficiency would increase if Hecate, am I correct? Am I going the right direction with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it increases to the point where we would say abandonment is out for 2026. But yes, it would change the margin over reserve. And frankly, I just don't recall. I know that we have not included, obviously, Hecate in our more current LNR analysis, but in the 2013 version, I'm just not certain.
And just one follow-up about the Hecate project. I know each of these contracts are unique and there's probably specific reasons that things happen, but did that project go belly up? I mean, is this an example of sort of a larger trend we saw where, developers were having cost assumptions in a low interest rate, low inflation environment, and all of a sudden the things changed very dramatically? Is that what happened there?
That's certainly the conditions that were prevalent at the time. I can't say that is necessarily what Hecate faced necessarily, but that was a period of time when the bid prices for new solar were significantly lower than previous ones, and so you were continuing to see this assumed price declines with solar. That then we went through this period of inflation and supply chain constraints and all sorts of other things especially specific to to solar, that then I'm sure factored in some fashion to the Hecate issues.
Would you like me to proceed?
Sure, please do, Mr. Friedman. Yeah.
Can I request a really short break? Go deal with this.
No, that's fine. And I thank you for actually doing it. It's about 10:30 anyway, so our court reporter needs a break. We'll let Mr. Schichtel, let's take a 15, and we'll come back at 10:40. Okay, see you at 10:40. Okay, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Friedman, you can continue.
Thank you. Mr. Schiestel, do you have staff's Mr. Fillion's direct testimony handle? We have it labeled staff exhibit 2.
Yes, let me get that.
I'm going to reference the interrogatories that we had sent to you guys, so that's where we're headed. I believe it's page 14 of the PDF.
All right, I don't have PDF pages. But
Okay,
I have exhibit 2.
so then it'll be the attachment. So it was labeled as KF-1 on staff's exhibit 2. It's right after the affirmation, if that helps.
Is it his testimony? His direct testimony?
Well, it's attached to it as an exhibit.
Okay.
It was the interrogatories. So it's at the end of his testimony.
Okay. I do have a couple of interrogatories at the end of his testimony, yes.
And they should be labeled staff exhibit KF2, not for this hearing, but it was our exhibit when we filed our direct testimony.
Mr. Friedman, do you mind giving me the PDF page again? I apologize, I missed it.
Yeah, no problem. So on the PDF, it's numbered page 14.
14, thank you.
And as
It-
far
it
as
is-
I'm looking at it, that's staff exhibit KF-1. Is that right, Mr.
Yes.
Freeman? Okay.
But KF2 is the LNR? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, so we're going to refer to KF1 first, and then KF2 is the LNR.
Okay.
Right.
So if you want to keep that handy. I think we're going to go there next. So
Okay.
all right. So on interrogatory question 1-1, that's on page 14. Hold on one sec. I'm sorry. So if you want to just read through 1-1, because I want to reference the LNR chart actually that you just mentioned, that EP submitted in response to that interrogatory question.
Okay. And I'd also note, is this the supplemental response? I believe we just submitted a supplemental response, and I think it was to 1-1, and it's an updated LNR.
Yeah, you submitted it late yesterday afternoon. I haven't had a chance to review it with staff. So if the numbers have altered a bit, of course, let us know.
Okay.
So on the LNR chart, and I can try to pull up the one you guys sent yesterday. But so EP provided the table which excludes Hecate and shows the 128 megawatt deficiency for 2026. Is that deficiency still the same with your new updated LNR table?
See if I have it here. It's not the same. What differs between the LNR, at least that is included in Mr. Hawkins' testimony. And for clarification on the earlier question with respect to the 2023 LNR, the Hecate facility was assumed in that to be operational in that LNR and specifically for 2026. But and we talked about what it would mean if then Hecate wasn't available in 26, which obviously it won't be. The difference is, but there's differences are twofold. So the LNR from the 23 LNR had assumptions around Hecate in 2026, but it didn't have additional resources reflected in 26. So what is reflected in the newer LNR is the reality that Hecate won't be providing capacity in 2026, but there are new resources coming in 2026 that essentially offset that. So the difference between LNRs, at least with respect to what Hecate was providing, is that it's been replaced in the new LNR. The primary difference between the prior versions of LNR and the most recent one is that I noted the significant load increases we saw in the summer of 23. Those are now reflected in a higher load forecast into 26. So the primary differences between the prior LNR and this most current one is the load assumptions.
Is it still showing a deficiency in 2026 with the new numbers?
Yes, it does, and it's a higher number, as I said, as a result of the higher load. The comparable, essentially what the new LNR shows is that the deficiencies that we saw, expected deficiency, planned expected reserve margin deficiency in 26 has moved to 27. So we have, as I said, renewed or revised assumptions around load, but also revised assumptions around resources. So Hecate has been removed, but the other resources have been added for those years. The expectations around resources is added to those years. And so the 27 now shows the comparable margin over reserve of about a negative 60, I believe, in 27 versus 26.
And these are different numbers than what were in your original application for this case, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so with staff's concerns regarding capacity shortfalls, how would EPE justify its claim of adequate planning reserve margin as a basis for abandonment, considering the potential risk of not meeting peak demand requirements?
So I'll say that again to reiterate the contingent nature of our proposal for 26 was with the expectation of exactly these possibilities, right? It's the changing nature of customer load and the availability of resources. So our expectations for 26, at least based on our LNR at the time, was as we portrayed in our testimony, is our expectation is that we would be comfortable with the abandonment and the ability to provide resource adequacy for 26 based on those assumptions. With revised assumptions, again, for 26, more current assumptions, both on resource availability and customer load, I won't say that we still would make the determination at the end of 25 that 26 is okay for abandonment. It certainly looks different for 26 than it did from the previous version. Again, as a result of the load increases we saw in 23 primarily. But again, our proposal was evaluate in late 25, look at 26 now with better, more current information, make a determination around abandonment in 26. And if the determination is, no, we need to wait another summer, then we wait another year and we make that determination again. If based on the updated LNR, if you go by the updated LNR, it's very possible we would get to 25 and say, no, we're going to wait one more year because 27 looks like a better year for abandonment than 26. But I say that, again, as we sit here in 2024 with a lot of assumptions around customer load and resources. And so purely from the perspective of the LNR and the previous one and the updated one, I'd say that from our perspective, abandonment and based on resource adequacy looks more probable for 27 than it does for 26. But again, that was the contingent nature of our proposal, was to evaluate and then determine that, okay, 26 makes sense, or do we need to push it for another year?
All right, if we can go back to your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Page 19, line 10. We've gone there myself.
I'm there.
Okay. And it looks like you wrote EPE ascribed no benefit of continuing the use of facilities RG7 and NM1 because EPE does not believe there are any. Do you consider the energy generated by these facilities to be a benefit?
If they're used to serve load, then the energy to supplied to customers obviously is needed, and I guess you could say beneficial. But I think I was really addressing that question relative to the alternative, which is customers are better off, have received more benefits in the alternative, that is with the units abandoned and other resources providing that same energy.
All right, I'm sorry to jump around here. Can we go back to Mr. Fillion's direct testimony again? And I guess I should have organized this a little better. So I hate to make you jump back and forth.
That's
So I
all right.
apologize.
That's quite all right. You said this is Mr. Fillion's direct?
Yes. And we're going to go back to that interrogatory section, which for those of us with the PDF would be page 14.
I'm going to open this up on the computer so I can see it better. Are we back at the interrogatory with the LNR?
So we're just gonna look at 1-1A and 1-2.
Okay.
And it does refer to the LNR. And so this might have changed as well when you sent everyone your updated one, the updated table. But can you confirm or deny that Rio Grande 7 and Newman 1 plants, do they show up on the table, or at least the new one?
No, they do not.
Are they on inactive reserve during that period?
I'm sorry?
Are they going to be, or are they going to be on inactive reserve? What's their status?
Currently, they are, and again, Mr. Rodriguez can address operationally how they're being run today. But today, currently, they're available for load serving on the system. I don't know whether they're running and serving load right now, but they're available.
And then in response to interrogatory 1-2A, where staff asked to explain how EP plans to address any shortfalls in the margin over reserve from 2024 to 2034. And in response to that question, EP wrote, or you wrote, EP plans to address potential shortfalls in margin over reserve from 2024 to 2034 by utilizing RG6, RG7, and NM1 if necessary. Do you see that response?
So this is staff 1-2, correct?
Yeah, NEP's response to that, which is page 16 of the PDF.
Right. Okay. I see that.
It's that first sentence in your response. Can you explain how EPE plans to address any shortfalls in the margin over reserve from 2024 to 2034?
And I believe it refers back to response to 1-1 that was looking at that, the LNR from the June 23, right, for 24 through 43.
Believe so.
Right. So in response, we say, that we would utilize Rio 6, 7, and 1 if necessary, and that we also have purchases, or RFP at least, for additional purchases in the same time frame. That obviously again was the prior LNR, and it was in advance of the recently concluded RFPs, which, as I said, provide for pretty significant resources in the 26 and 27 timeframe. But yes, I see that response.
Can you explain how, for planning purposes, EPE, let me rephrase. Can you explain how it's possible that these are not firm resources for planning purposes, yet EPE plans to use them to address shortfalls?
Well, I think what we're saying here is that they're available to address shortfalls, as are other, opportunities I mentioned of system purchases, but they're still maintained not for necessarily planning to use them, but for a contingency basis. They're available to serve load if necessary. And until they're abandoned formally, that's basically the case, that they're maintained for contingent purposes if we need them to serve load.
Okay. And then with the same set of interrogatories, EP, your response to question 1-1A, was, let's see here, I'm looking for it myself now. EPE See, it says additionally, EP issued a 2023 New Mexico RPS request for proposals to obtain 150,000 megawatt hours of short-term and or long-term renewable energy resources. That's in subsection A of your response. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can you provide an update on this RFP process?
Right, that's actually the RFPs for Texas and New Mexico that I've been referring to. So that the process is included, we've made bid selections or resource selections from those bids, awards basically, and now we're pursuing contracts with the selected resources. So for example, I'm sorry, so just real quickly, for the specifically with respect to the one noted there, we've selected a resource to provide or in response to that IRFP for that 150 megawatts of, and that's a renewable resource, obviously for RPS purposes, but yes, those have been selected.
And can EP make purchases from itself at NM6?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Let me see if I can rephrase it. Just give me one moment. That was in reference to something I think you had mentioned in rebuttal. We can just skip that one for time's sake. Does EP plan on using Newman 6 for a portion or replacement resources, or is there a planned jurisdictional allocation for New Mexico from NM6? And I know you kind of touched base on this earlier, but just for clarification purposes on my end.
So we do not have a CCN for Newman Unit 6 in New Mexico. So at least from a cost recovery perspective, we can't assign energy and cost associated or produced by Newman 6 to New Mexico for cost recovery. And we don't have a plan to do that, and don't currently have a plan to revisit that question. So at least from a cost recovery perspective and regulatory approvals, we have regulatory approvals in Texas for Newman Unit 6, but not in New Mexico.
Okay. And is EP able to make market purchases from itself at the Montana power station?
I guess I don't understand the reference to make market purchases from itself.
Are you able to use your Montana power station as a supplemental resource?
For New Mexico?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, Montana Power Station is certificated in New Mexico for service to New Mexico customers. So yes, Montana Power Station serves New Mexico customers.
And how does Montana Power Station contribute to EPE's spinning reserve and system stability?
Well,
Sorry, say spinning reserve or spending?
Spinning.
Thank you.
Well, they are the 4 units at Montana Power Station are combustion turbines, so they do contribute to system stability from a rotating mass perspective.
How about NM6?
Same answer.
Same.
Yes. And all of our other existing gas resources for that matter within the system.
Okay. I'm just about done here, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have just a couple more left to go. Mr. Schuster, can you refer to staff's exhibit 4? And this is the Burns and McDonald study from EP's 2021 IRP case. Specifically, that was case number 21-00242-UT for the record.
Okay.
And if you can flip to page, I think it's 86 on PDF. I'm not sure since you haven't printed out if that varied. Let's see.
Well, let me just, while I look for it, say that these questions, especially with respect to the Burns and McDonald studies, would absolutely be better addressed to Mr. Hawkins.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you the couple that I have, and then you can defer to him, and I can follow up with him if you don't have an answer.
Right. You said staff's exhibit 4? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have that as our 2021 integrated resource plan.
Yes.
And there are certainly references to the Burns and Mac studies, but let me see if I don't know that that's in here.
So it's page 86 of the PDF, but since you have it on paper form, it looks like it's page 73 if you have it printed out. Let's see here.
Okay, I have page 73 of our IRP in that exhibit.
And do you see the bullet points there?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like we're in the same spot then. So looking at the information there, the Burns McDonald study in that case that you guys relied on stated that in their 2018 study, let me clarify, there would be a foreseeable issues with switching to IBRs for study year 2030 and 2038. In your opinion, is the Burns and McDonald study out of date?
I don't believe it is, but as I said, this is definitely questions that are addressed to Mr. Hawkins.
I'm going to ask you 2 more questions, and again, I can ask Mr. Hawkins if you
Okay.
don't know the answers. So if you look at bullet point 1 and 2, in summary, they state, and I quote, "It is likely that reactive support devices such as static VAR compensators, SVCs, static compensators, synchronous condensers, and or additional local generation could address this issue in study year 2030. Such measures alone are not expected to be able to fully remedy this issue in study year 2038. And then in point number 2, the bullet point number 2 below it, it says EP's load is likely to experience greater load shedding during multiple contingencies. This is especially so in study year 2038. Is this a potential issue or concern by EP?
Well, obviously, unaddressed, I would say yes. I mean, I think that these studies and the purpose of these studies is exactly to identify those issues in the future so that we can plan for resources to address them. So I would say they are in the same way that needs for capacity in future years is a matter of concern for EPE. But but they are the issues that then you address through your resource procurement to address these issues.
So at this point in time, does EP have any idea of where the reactive power support will come from?
Again, whether or not that has been addressed in EP's planning around or response to the Burns and Mac study. I don't know that. Mr. Hawkins would very likely know that, but I would say that that's exactly, again, this is in the context of our last IRP. It'll certainly be addressed again in our next IRP. And the planning for those contingencies is exactly what goes on in that resource planning.
Well, that's all staff has, Mr. Seastill. Thank you for working with me on this. Hearing examiner Ryan, staff passes the witness.
Thank you.
Mr. DeSalin, I didn't mean to skip over you, but there is benefit to going last. So did you have questions for the witness, sir?
No. No, thanks for this witness.
Sorry, you broke up, Mr. DeSalin. I couldn't hear the response.
Sorry, I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Ellison's not back. Mr. Wexler, do you have any redirect?
I just have a couple of very short questions.
Go
May
ahead.
I proceed? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Shishdall, I just want to start right where we left off, and that is staff exhibit number 4, and I believe you were looking at page 73. Do you recall that?
Sorry. Yes, I do. I was on mute.
And I couldn't tell if you got on the same page with Mr. Friedman or not, but it seems clear this is EPE's 2021 IRP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you can see that at the bottom of the page there. And then if you turn to this section that Mr. Friedman had you looking at, if you go and you look at the section that's being addressed here, and you can see it on page 70, you can see this section is actually entitled, are you there with me at page 70?
Yes.
And here we can see that what's actually being addressed here in this section is transmission constraints for most cost-effective resource portfolio. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so now just a couple, again, clarifying questions. And the first one, I just want to go back to some of the questions and answers that you gave with Commissioner Ellison. And you had some discussion about Newman Unit 6. And just want to be clear, Newman Unit 6 does not serve New Mexico load. Is that right?
That's correct. From a load service and cost responsibility perspective, it does not serve New Mexico.
In your discussion with Commissioner Ellison, you also referenced, I think, operating reserves. And again, just to clarify, in your testimony is focused on planning reserves. Is that right?
That's correct. And that is those are the analyses portrayed in the LNR as well, planning reserve margins.
And then turning to the LNR, we looked at the response to staff, I believe it was 1-1, and there was the attachment that you discussed with Mr. Friedman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as you indicated, actually at the request of staff from approximately a week or so ago, we recently updated that and provided an updated version of the LNR. Is that right?
Yes.
And actually, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we would just ask that we be allowed to supplement the record with the updated response.
Yes, I was wondering about that too, because it's something I've not seen. Mr. Friedman, is there any objection to that?
Sorry, no objection.
That's fine, Mr. Wexler. Yes, please do.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Shishdall, do you still have that supplemental response before you? If you don't mind getting it in front of you, I just had a couple of questions.
I do have it. I have a paper copy of it, so it's pretty small.
Yeah, no problem. I'll help us talk about it. And that just is, and this will be a part of the record, so we can all look at the exact numbers. But starting in 2027, the deficiency from the margin over reserve is approximately 65 megawatts, and then it continues at around that level for many years. Is that right?
Yes.
And so my question is that level of 65 megawatts, is that a reasonable amount of to be relying on for market purchases?
I'd say yes, absolutely.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Just one question from me, Mr. Shishel. And this is sort of unrelated to anything. If you look at your, it's what Mr. Wex was just going at. This is more just for my own educational purposes. Your direct testimony at 16 and 17, you provide those charts about the accumulated depreciation and then the net plan balance at the time of retirement.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I understand that what these denote effectively. So if retirement, again, looking at page 17, if retirement of Newman 1, for instance, occurs in 2025, or abandonment in 2025, and my understanding, like there'd be no chance of there being stranded assets because the net plant at that point is negative, right?
Right. That's the projection, but yes.
Now that's
by the end of
okay.
20.
That's not the case with Rio Grande 7, which would have a positive net plant balance. So in effect, that's money you haven't depreciated, and therefore that's expenses the utilities outlaid and hasn't recovered, correct?
Correct.
And I guess these numbers themselves, they're not actually reflecting the full cost of that plant. This is just that electric plant column there. That's really just at that period of time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the accumulated depreciation, is that again, just at that time?
Right. At the end of 2025, these tables.
Yeah, okay. I guess that was my question. How did we end up why is one positive and the other negative? I mean, just I imagine the answer is probably
It's very dynamic, and as you can imagine with 60-year-old plants, you've made at periodic capital investment in those plants. The depreciation rates have changed over time, and the fact that you're probably well past at least the planned depreciable life, that accounts for how you end up with, say, a negative net plant for Newman Unit 1. Which is generally considered to be, and can even be built into your depreciation schedule for basically the cost of then decommissioning the plant. But for example, looking at Rio 7, that's the result of capital additions that have happened over time, and as I said, changing depreciation rates over 60 years.
Good. I just wanted clarification that I was reading this correctly. That was the only follow-up question I had. I see Commissioner Ellison's not back. Mr. Wexler, I presume you have no redirect based on what I was just making inquiry about.
That's correct. Nothing further.
Mr. Shishel, thank you for your time today, sir. Appreciate your participation in this proceeding, and thank you.
Thank you.
You are just excused.
Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we have Mr. Wexler, you can call your next witness.
So El Paso Electric will call Mr. Dave Hawkins, and we just be given 1 minute as Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Shishel change places.
Sure.
Can I get that from here?
Yeah. You're using, oh. Yeah, click on that. Let me get that. Let me clean up my desktop.
Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me yet.
We can hear
can.
you.
Okay, great.
So,
May-
Mr. Lee, if you could please swear Mr. Hawkins in.
Hawkins, if you please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter up pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins.
Good morning.
Do you have before you what's been previously marked as EPE exhibit number 3?
Yes.
And we can see that is labeled the direct testimony of David C. Hawkins dated December 5th, 2023. Is that the direct testimony that you prepared or caused to be prepared in this case?
Yes.
And was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections?
A couple. My title has changed since my direct testimony was prepared. I'm Vice President of Operations Support, so where that needs to be reflected, I think there's a couple pages, maybe page 1, that indicates such. And then I think relevant to today's hearing, the responsibility I have as resource planning has moved under Mr. Schichtel. And then in addition, on page 11, on line 10, where it says exhibit DCH4, I believe that should read DCH3.
With those corrections, is the direct testimony contained in EPE exhibit number 3 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If you were asked the same questions that are posed in exhibit number 3 today under oath, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
And you have, I believe, 6 exhibits that are attached to your direct testimony, is that right?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with and have reviewed each of those exhibits?
Yes.
And are they true and correct copies of what they purport to be?
Yes.
With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would offer EPE exhibit number 3.
Any objection? EPA exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you. We offer Mr. Hawkins for questioning.
Mr. Desayan, do you have any questions for Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, I do. Just a few clarifying questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. My name is Charles DeSalen, and I represent Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. And I just have a few questions regarding your testimony, just to clarify some terminology. It's EPE Exhibit 3. Is that handy?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to page 11. The lower part of the page there under I think it's question 23.
Yes.
And you have in your testimony there a reference to nitric oxide. Do you see that?
I do.
And is nitric oxide a synonym for nitrogen oxide?
Yes.
Okay, and the chemical symbol nitrogen oxide is capital N, capital O. Is that correct?
Well, let me step back. We refer to nitric oxide, or if it's synonymous, nitrogen oxide, as NOx. So we monitor for NOx. We purchase, if necessary, credits for NOx under our Texas CARE program, and we monitor for NOx. So if nitric oxide is different than nitrogen oxide,
I'm going to fall back to NOx as the benefit and reduction. Okay. Now, my understanding is that NOx, capital N, capital O, and so X, is actually a combination of nitrogen oxide and nitrogen dioxide. How EPA and other regulatory agencies regulate oxides of nitrogen. That your understanding as well? I would have to look into that and talk to one of our environmental engineers to confirm that. Okay, I have no further questions then. Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman, staff have questions for Mr. Hawkins.
Staff does.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. My name is Ryan Friedman, representing staff on this matter.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here today. If you can refer to your direct testimony on page 3, line 18.
Okay. Yep.
And this is just a snippet of the complete sentence that you wrote, but it's in reference to RG7 and NM1. And you wrote, the units do not offer cost-effective capacity. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you just explain what you mean by cost-effective capacity?
Yeah, during the IRP process, EP used the life extension results from the Burns and McDonald study to run in the capacity expansion models, one by E3, the Resolve model, and the selection of these resources. I would initially say it selected unit 1, but I discussed this in my testimony and didn't for life extension, but that was replaced by Newman 2. So in terms of future capacity needs and investing in those resources for life extension, they were not selected.
Can you quantify cost-effective capacity? Is that something you can quantify and measure?
I think the models probably could. If you look at the different output results of the different output tables, it would give you a revenue requirement for the total portfolio with and without those resources.
Did EP quantify or measure this in regards to RG7 and NM1?
Yes, that's my understanding of how it chose not to extend the lives of these resources.
And did EP provide any data on similar units and the cost of their capacity for comparison purposes?
Well, I think the IRP identifies looking at life extensions for Rio Grande 7 and Newman units 1 through 4 as part of the IRP process.
And does your analysis of a cost-effective capacity include operating costs?
I believe there's some operating characteristics of the units involved in there as well.
And then if we can go to page 4 of your direct testimony, line 12.
Okay.
And you wrote an analysis of the costs of continuing to operate the units versus the costs of adding alternative resources supports the plan to retire RG7 and NM2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did EPE provide this analysis with the application?
I don't believe so. I believe those were part of, in trying to think if we've already had LTPPA hearings on those resources, but I think that would be the point at which that would be demonstrated.
Do you recall when this analysis would have been done?
This probably isn't referring to the analysis that selected Newman 6. And so I know we had the Newman 6 CCN hearing in New Mexico, which I believe those results were discussed.
Is this an analysis that perhaps you could share with the court and the parties?
I could see if we have it. I'm not sure if it saves just the final selection, or if it saves, say, the top 10 or 100. I'm not sure if we have the results that would show the units not selected. And when I say units, that includes all other third-party offerings as well.
Okay.
So, Mr. Friedman, I mean, is this something that you think that the commission should see in the course of making this determination? Is that the nature of that question or your point?
Yes, that's staff's view, is that this could be helpful to paint a bigger picture of what's, more details for the commission to be able to make a better decision.
All right, so Mr. Wexler, can we do that as bench request 3? And I understand Mr. Hawkins was saying there's perhaps difficulty of obtaining that data. I don't really know. But whatever can be supplied, please do.
Understood. We'll see what is still available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, if you can go to page 8, line 12 of your direct testimony.
Yes.
And there you wrote about using Plexos to select the lowest cost portfolio resources. Can you explain what Plexos is?
It's a capacity expansion model. EPE had moved to Plexos. I think prior it was using ProMod and Aurora models.
Or it was using,
Prior Aurora, AURORA, and ProMod.
thank you.
In the Plexos model was developed with the help of E3.
And did EP use Plexos to assist with the decision to abandon RG7 and NM1?
I believe Plexos was used in the IRP model along with Resolve, where those initial results were determined. And then in the RFP process, from my understanding, I'm going off of memory, Plexos was used and selected Newman 2 in this case in the RFP selection.
And did EP provide the results of that analysis in the application for this case?
In this case, no, but I think if you justifying Newman Unit 6, I'm sure all those results were argued at that time about the cost of the resources and the resources selected.
All right, and then if we can go to page 14 of your direct. And there you have table DCH-2.
Yes.
So this table shows the costs of extending the lives of these plants from 2022 to 2027. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you tell us where these numbers came from?
I believe they came as a result of the Burns and McDonnell study, and they were also reviewed by our generation department to look at capital versus O&M dollars, that whether certain assumptions made by Burns and McDonnell should be capital versus O&M.
And are these results in the chart in US dollars for 2018, like from when the McDonald study was done, or are they reflecting dollar amounts for today in 2024?
I doubt it is for today. If you let me check my notes here. I believe they are $2018.
Do you have an estimate of extending the lives of these facilities from 2026 to 2030?
I do not.
do you think that would be a more useful estimate than the 2022 to 2027 estimate when considering the future abandonment of these facilities?
Well, and perhaps maybe I need some clarification in your question. The units, whether they are abandoned or not abandoned, are not part of EPE's LNR, long-term resource plan. So if the generation comes in that would, in EPE's opinion, allow EPE to abandon the resources, or if the decision is made not to abandon those resources, EPE still would not run those resources if we had sufficient generation. So the cost of investing in these units for capital dollars or O&M dollars really doesn't change whether we're saying you can abandon or not abandon. If the resources that EPE plans come to fruition, whether they're abandoned or not, we should not be running these resources.
So in your opinion, is abandoning these facilities still cost effective, even though the analysis is several years out of date?
Well, and as I listened to Mr. Schiestel's testimony, and as I think I discussed as well in my testimony, things can shift, which is why we didn't tie abandonment to a particular new generator coming online. It's possible we'll have to run these generators a year or two, possibly more than we predict at this point. But I think that's the option that we've put forward is, and believe me, I appreciate staff really considering the reliability of the system. And EPE obviously shares the same concern about reliability. We would not be offering up abandonment if we didn't think we could reliably serve the system as a whole. And that's why we put in there the flexibility to take into account what loads will be at the appropriate time, as well as what resources are coming in.
Is it accurate, or can you correct me if I'm wrong? Was the estimate costs for each facility for repairs was approximately 23 million, right?
Per unit, approximately, yeah.
Approximately, yeah. Have any investments or repairs to either of these facilities already taken place at all?
I hate to hand off questions, but that one I will hand off to Mr. Rodriguez. I know they've invested in these resources to have them available for this summer, and he would give you a better idea of what extent those investments were.
Okay, that's no problem. I appreciate you sending me to the right person. I only have a few more. If you can direct your testimony to page, or look at your direct testimony, page 14, line 6. So that was question 29, where you wrote, does this analysis support EP's decision and reasoning to abandon RG7 and NM1?
Okay.
So can you explain why your response does not say anything about RG7?
I think I talk about Rio Grande 7 later in questions 30 and 31. Otherwise, it would be the same answer. It may be just an omission of this, but it was Rio Grande 7 and Newman 1. The costs were both evaluated.
And on line 10, your response is in essence the cost of extending NM1 to 2027, where compared to other resources that were evaluated during the RFP process, the results of the RFP showed that there are more cost-effective options. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
So in reference to that statement, did EPE provide this analysis in this application?
No, again, this probably likely would have been in the Newman 6 CCN application.
And did EPE describe these options in this application?
I'm sure if that question, if that was requested, otherwise I'd have to go and review the testimony of Omar Gallegos.
Of Omar Gallegos?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then if you can refer to page 15 of your direct testimony, line 9.
Okay.
And you wrote, once the Newman Unit 6 combustion turbine and Buena Vista solar and storage facility come online, EP plans to place RG7 and NM1 in inactive reserve status or mothball status. Do you see that?
Yes,
Are NM6 and BV online?
they are.
And are RG7 and NM1 on inactive reserve?
No, they are currently online.
Have RG7 and NM1 been used in the last 2 months?
They're online today. Yes.
And does this change EPE's expectations about not needing those facilities or these facilities by January 2026?
Well, I think given new information that we have now regarding potential load growth, I think the January 2026 date may be aggressive, but I think going through the IRP process, looking at resources and needs, will help us to make a better determination. But I think that's what EPE is proposing, that flexibility to look at both load and generation when setting that abandonment date.
And I'm just going to ask you some follow-ups that I asked to Mr. Schiestel, and he said that you would be best to answer them instead of him. I had asked him about the Burns and McDonald study that was in EP's 2021 IRP case. And I had asked Mr. Schiestel if, in his opinion, and I'll ask it to you now, do you believe the Burns and McDonald study is out of date today?
If it's 2018, I'm sure the numbers have changed. If we're looking at Rio Grande 7, Newman 1 and 2 again, my guess with age and trying to replace parts, my assumption is those prices would go up. So yes, I think if they may be out of date.
On page 86 of that study, it said that there would be foreseeable issues when switching to IBRs for study year 2030 and 2038. Do you still foresee that being an issue?
Can you point me to that? I was trying to follow along. I thought that was actually from the IRP and not from the Burns and McDonald study that was being referenced.
Yeah, so it is staff exhibit 4, page 86 of the PDF. Do you have the PDF versions or are you using paper version?
I'm bringing up the PDF version, which I have labeled EPE's IRP.
And you may be right. I think it's not necessarily the Burns and McDonald study. I can correct that. It might be EPE's observations based. Let me double check here.
But I was able to follow along in the IRP to the questioning of Mr. Schiestel.
Oh, okay. Well, so actually, so there it says up top. So you see the 2 bullet points that I'm referencing on that page.
Going there, now. Almost there.
Okay.
Remind me the page again, Mr. Friedman, and of the actual report itself, not the PDF.
So the report itself is page 73.
73, thank you.
I'm there.
And the heading there is EP's evaluation produced the following observations. You
Correct.
see that? Do you need me to hold on, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
No, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Or? So in that first bullet point, I believe it is, that's where EP states that their 2018 study, there could be foreseeable issues when switching to IBRs for study year 2030 and 2038. So in reference to that, in your opinion, is that still a foreseeable issue?
Well, and I think the study in the years 2030 was meant to look at the 50% RPS requirement. And I think 2038 was as far out as we had information for, but was meant to look at the 2040 ETA requirement as far as renewables on the system. So yeah, I think it will be an issue that as a system, and I believe this was studied as the entire system, not just New Mexico, but yeah, voltage and reliability and stability of the system are always an issue that we address. We run system studies every year as part of our system expansion plan, where we look at these, and it's not unusual to find voltage issues, and we put in projects that correct those issues. And I think you'll see in reading that paragraph, 2030, there's ways to address that, and 2038 still needs to be looked at.
At this time, is EP planning to address those issues with keeping in mind the abandonment of the 2 units we're here for today?
Yeah, I don't think the 2 units we're talking about are a solution 14 years from now, right? They'll be between 75 and 80 years old. And I don't know from our customers or us want to invest for another 15 years of those resources. So I would say those 2 units are not part of the potential solution for 2038, just based on age and expense alone.
Excuse me, Council, are you saying IV is in Victor R or IB is in boy R? That were foreseeable?
I'm not following.
I think it's B as in boy, IBR, which
Thank
stands
you.
for inverter-based resources.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. Just one more, just one moment. I'm looking for the final 2 I wanted to ask you from Mr. Schiestel. So does EP make off-system sales decisions at the unit level?
Yes, for daily and hourly and EIM type of sales, we look at individual characteristics of each unit.
And so when EP makes an off-system sale, does EP know how much that power will cost at the unit level?
We do from a fuel and NOx perspective, the expense of acquiring NOx certificates struggling for the right word, but NOx certificates, that all goes into the dispatch costs of making sales or purchasing against those units.
And is EPE able to put together an annual average for that?
For the incremental costs of generation,
Yes.
I don't, we file our FPPCAC, if they got all the right letters in there, where, we have to justify all the various sales and purchases to keep that clause going for recovery. So I've not understood a requirement, and I don't think we've ever asked to look at what is an annual average of the fuel cost. We have the granular data down to each hourly sale that we provide in our costing models, but whether we could or couldn't calculate an annual historical average, maybe we could. I'm not sure of the relevance of it for those purposes.
In Mr. Schiestel's rebuttal testimony, he had wrote that Mr. Hawkins includes with his direct testimony EPE's 2023 LNR, which shows the total system planning reserve deficiency of 65 megawatts for 2026. Off the top of my head, I don't recall if that changed with the new LNR you guys sent out yesterday. But does that planning reserve deficiency include Hecate as a resource?
2023, and I think Mr. Schiestel came back from the break and stated that it was included in the 2023, and I agree with his statement.
Thanks for clarifying that. And staff has no more questions.
Mr. Hawkins, one follow-up. When you were discussing with staff the operational status of the units, it seems like you have a sense as to when they were last operated, and I was hoping you could tell me when.
Yes, they're currently operating, Streaming Examiner.
So actively serving load at this time.
Correct.
And is there some reason that that's the case now? Like, have they? I think Mr. Schiestel said his understanding was they phased in and out, and I may be using the word phase, but in any case, that was the concept of inactive reserve and then use. Is that accurate?
I think the intention, during the non-summer periods of time, those resources are likely not generating to serve load. And I think by definition, if they're not online, I think the number is 6 months, then just by definition, they fall into inactive reserves.
Okay, so then they were brought out of that status for this summer period to serve load.
Correct.
And I guess why wouldn't we just expect the same? Well, I guess the retirement date, the abandonment date you're actually looking at is when is it again?
The initial date proposed was January of 2026 when we assumed additional is coming online.
Okay. So and if next summer you have to pull them out of there, that's already part of this plan.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Wexler, redirect. Well, I talked to Commissioner Ellison. Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Wexler. Yeah. Commissioner Ellison, go if you'd like to ask some questions of Mr. Hawkins.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would like to ask a few questions.
Sure, please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Hawkins. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
So some of the questions I'm thinking about are when did you last purchase power for the summer, power from external sources?
Well, I'm going to give you two responses. Typically on any day, on any summer day, we are looking to make purchases if we can purchase cheaper than what we generate for. So it wouldn't surprise me if we did within the last 5 minutes through the EIM market.
Right.
And so if your question of when have we had to purchase to supplement capacity, to serve load, I think my latest recollection is last summer, as Mr. Shishel stated on our peak day, I think we were importing 300 to 400 megawatts of power to help meet load and reserves.
Right. Yeah, I do appreciate that distinction, and I was, more driving at the capacity shortfall issue. And, that's not something that you planned on doing last summer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The load just exceeded your expectations and your generation capacity at the time.
That's correct.
And has that happened this summer as well?
Not to my knowledge. It doesn't mean that it hasn't, but I don't think that's the case. We have had generation contingencies. I know Newman 1, one of the units we're talking about, had a boiler tube leak recently. I don't think load was high enough in that case, but it wouldn't be unusual if we lost a generator in real time to go out to the market to make purchases within that hour or two to replace it as we're bringing other units online.
For significant amounts of power, would you think that there could be a risk that power is not available when needed?
Yeah, I think historically, as we've looked at planning for new resources, we've recognized that every year of load growth, it'd probably be best, at least from a financial perspective, to purchase off the market for an amount of power that we saw as available of about 125 megawatts, which was transmission that became available when EPE exited the Four Corners power plant. And so what we've seen historically is an ability to purchase at least 125 megawatts on our peak hour as being available somewhere in the system. There's been times, like I said, last summer where we've had to purchase more. Doesn't necessarily make me comfortable to go above that limit, but we have found resources available above that traditional planning number that we've used.
Those purchases that you're describing, are they for cost savings purposes, or would that be for capacity shortfalls?
So I would suggest both. So when we are looking at, can we manage this, what we may see in resource planning, say it's 65 megawatts, like in, I think 2026 as a number we're looking at, that shortage may only be for a handful of hours in the summer. So let's say that's 10 hours out of 8,000 hours in the summer. Are we better off building new capacity for those 10 hours, or it's likely cheaper to purchase on the market for those 10 hours, even at higher than production costs?
And you have a high confidence that you would be able to purchase, say, 65 megawatts on the market when you need to?
Yeah, so 65 megawatts, if we needed to. So far, the market has demonstrated to us, I'd hate to make that guarantee that it will always be there, given the not only load potential that EPE sees. I know that potential is there, and in other states as well in the Southwest. So it is always a judgment of risk, but I would put 65 megawatts I'm comfortable at that position, that should be either from the west, or we could bring it in over our EDDC tie from the east side of our system.
And is that something that you've planned for going forward, having, when you have that you plan for a certain number of hours in each year that you'll need to go outside for those purchases? Or is that more of a contingency?
I think it just becomes a math issue at a certain point. We plan for new resources based on loads that are assumed in the future. We line up those resources to meet the load and reserve requirement. And then the minute that load goes up, we're negative again, which is not unusual. I mean, if load continues to climb higher than forecasted, you will frequently find yourself in this situations where you have a need for additional planning resources, planning reserves. But we've mitigated that, like I said, through knowing that we have available transmission import capability.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that you do the best job you can in forecasting, and you try to plan internal resources to meet the need, but in the event that the load forecasting is off, you feel confident that you can import. Is that a fair characterization?
Want to be careful to say, yes, I'm confident, and confidence is different than guarantee. So,
right.
Yeah, but correct. Like I said, I'm comfortable is a word I would like to use if we're looking at 100 megawatts, 120 megawatts going into the summer. And typically how we would do that is not leave it to the last minute. We would be looking at temperature forecasts going ahead. We would be looking at the status of our generation. So I think one difference that when we're talking about planning reserves and having that shortage, it's different than operating reserves, what is the amount of reserves we carry hourly. So planning reserves puts that unknown into it. You don't know what's going to happen with your load forecast. You don't know what's happening with your generators. But when you're in day to day, you have a better feel for what your load is. You have a better feel for the status of your generators. And then we have reserve sharing that we do with other utilities around us that allow us to carry less than planning reserves in real time and relying on operating reserves. So I think that's a long-winded answer to I am comfortable and we do take steps to identify what are the issues based on current generation status, based on load as we know it, and based on the weather. And we try to mitigate those risks by saying, do we need to purchase this ahead of time, or what do the resources look like on the market? Various steps we can take to address it.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess I'm still a little unclear on whether you plan for some shortfall, or whether when and if the shortfall arises, you just deal with it.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'll try to be more direct in that. I think we know shortfall will be part of the process. When we go out for an RFP, it is to eliminate that shortfall. But that RFP process, we don't do that every year. In fact, it's probably every couple of years. And so I think the reality is there will be a shortfall if load projections increase.
Okay. What is your thinking around the Western Resource Adequacy Program?
Give you a two-part answer. I'll go back to my testimony where I said I didn't know if this is relevant or not, but that's one of the responsibilities that left me as well, and went to Mr. Schichtel. But I know EPE is conducting studies, still, I think, partnering with PNM on those studies. I know some of the other utilities around us have made their selection as to what market they will participate in.
Well, yeah, I'm not really asking about, a day ahead market. I'm asking about the the resource adequacy pool, which
So-
is really independent of the day ahead market.
Yeah, so my understanding of this, and I'm going to give you I'm going to stop at my limited understanding and try not to speculate, but my understanding is that one of the markets, the Market Plus, has a resource adequacy requirement. I understand is the acronym RAP.
Yes, the RAP is the program I'm speaking about. Yes, that market requires it, and the other market does not require it, but also does not prohibit it.
Correct. That's my understanding as well. If the question is the question, what do I think of that?
Of the RAP, and I guess it since we're talking about these two units, but we're also talking about resource adequacy for EPE in general. I guess I'm just wondering if having a backstop like something like RAP is something that you would see as valuable, or what your thinking process is around that.
Sure. So as I understand the RAP in the resource adequacy requirements in that program, they actually line up with what EPE has proposed in its latest IRP, that EP will move into similar resource adequacy requirements as required by RAP. And this was our intention prior to any knowledge of RAP.
Okay, that's helpful, but it is a program that you either join or you don't. You make a conscious decision.
I'll punt to Mr. Schichtel on that.
Okay, that's fine. I should have asked him, but hopefully can do that. And I missed some of your conversation. I apologize on the status of the two units in question, Rio Grande 7 and Newman 1. So how are they being dispatched now?
They're both online as we speak right now.
So are they a 24/7 resource in summer?
Yes. And I'm thinking going into the summer, we knew we were going to rely on them. So typically assuming all the other generators on the system are healthy, we'll wait till we see loads reach a particular level and then ask for those units on one before the other. Not sure which would be the preferable one. And because you don't know if another unit, another generator or transmission line will fault or trip, we'd like to have those resources on and available, because otherwise it's like a 10 to 12 hour process. So we keep them on and we try to push them down to their minimum levels throughout the summer.
Okay, that makes sense. And are they able to remain online for extended periods of time?
Let me say there's no limitation as long as there's no mechanical issues associated.
Right.
So you may have missed, but I think last week Newman 1 was offline and came back online. It had a boiler leak that needed to be repaired. So that took that generator out. And Rio Grande 7 may have been offline as well at some point this summer, but it's currently online.
Right. So I guess it doesn't sound surprising that there would be things like boiler tube leaks. I guess I'm wondering how often that happens. Is it, you get it online and then 2 days later there's an outage, or is it, much more reliable than that generally?
Mr. Rodriguez could probably follow up on the status of those, but I would say it's certainly not been my experience that they run for 2 days at a time. I think typically you would address something like that. There may be some issues with some areas that were missed, and it comes offline, but I think once those are addressed and spotted, then they're at least fairly reliable for, weeks, if not months.
And how long do you think the status quo could be maintained on these units without, having to go to a sort of a major overhaul?
I feel comfortable passing that question along to Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Great. Mr. Hawkins, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, just one follow-up. With the shortfalls that you're talking about that EPE accepts, and that, you would make purchases for power, however they're met, is there demand side solutions that are sufficient? And I'm asking partly because we have the time varying rate case going on right now, critical peak pricing events. If what you're describing is that the problem really is not necessarily for big chunks of time, but there are certain periods, hours, I think you used the word, where demand is outpacing supply. If you have customer response, can that resolve that, or is that not big enough of a thing?
Well, we do currently have some demand response thermostat type programs, but as part of the last IRP, EP was committed to doing additional demand response and energy efficiency studies, which we've done through a third party. Right now, I think the results are still being reviewed, and those results will be used in the next IRP process. But yes, I think it becomes an issue of cost effectiveness, but I think demand response is a solution. Is it the most cost effective? I think that's what we'll want to talk about in the IRP process.
Okay, I guess, and I was just hope maybe you could tell me, and you might not know, which is fine. How much can load shifting on the customer side eat into that anticipated shortfall?
I think just theoretically and generally, with the ability to give proper price signals for customers to be able to respond and plan around, I think that's an effective way of leveling out your peak day. Maybe that's more than the answer you're looking for, but
yeah, no, and I guess in some ways, is that why we're having the case where you're looking at this, because we just don't know at this point?
Well, and I would say historically we have received proposals in our RFP processes for demand response that, based on economics, were not selected, but I think the purpose of the study is to look for other alternatives and what is the capability of our system to take on more demand response and offer other programs.
Okay. Mr. Wexler, do you have any redirect for Mr. Hawkins?
I have no redirect.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins, for joining us today. You're excused, sir. Oh, what? This is not on the record, but you aren't related to Jonathan Hawkins at PNM, are you?
No, and there was a Roger Hawkins there as well that I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been spending a lot of time with the writings of Jonathan Hawkins recently, so I saw him at David Hawkins and I wondered. So
Okay.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Good. All right. Well, we'll take our lunch break now. Mr. DeSalen, can your and I guess this is for everybody really. Can we do him at 1:15 and sort of take him out of order? Is there any objection to that? Since Mr. DeSalen's witness is in Mexico, that seems kind of complicated. I see people agreeing. Great. So why don't we do that? We'll take the CCAE witness out of order, get him done, and then we'll go back to EPE and then staff. Is that work for everybody?
That's fine. Thank you.
And terrific. And Mr. DeSalen, if you could just confirm that he'll be on at 1:15, we'll take the full hour for lunch.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, well, we'll see everybody back at 1:15. Before we go on the record, Mr. DeSayan, how do you pronounce your witness's name, last name?
Bach.
Bach. As in Johann Sebastian.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, it's 1:15. We'll go back on the record. So we returned from our lunch break. We're going to now take Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy's witness out of order, just because Mr. Bach is joining us remotely from some distance away, and it was convenient for his schedule, so that's just fine. Mr. Lee, if you could swear in Mr. Bach.
Mr. Bach, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. DeSayan.
Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Bach. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is David Bach. David spelled the normal way, D-A-V-I-D. My last name is B-A-A-K-E. 2 A's.
And where are you currently employed?
I have my own law practice in Las Cruces, New Mexico. So it's Bach Law LLC.
Okay, and I want to refer you to a document that has been marked as CCAE 1. Do you have that handy and can you identify it?
I do, yes. This is my direct testimony, which looks like was submitted June 7th of this year, along with a few exhibits that are attached to it.
Okay, and did you prepare this testimony?
I did.
And are there any changes or corrections that you would like to make to it at this time?
No, I just reread it a couple times and I don't have any corrections.
Okay, and do you adopt it as your sworn testimony today?
I do.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd like to move for the the admission of CCAE Exhibit 1.
Any objections? And Mr. DeSayan, your audio is cutting in and out still on our end.
That may be my fault for not loudly and directly enough into the microphone. Still having problems?
It's you said, is it the laptop mic or is the headset mic?
Let me try just removing. Can you hear me better now?
Much.
Okay. I'll just leave the headphone off because I think I can hear everyone fine.
Yeah, it's a lot better, actually, strangely. But that headset doesn't have a mic, does it? It's just, those are just headphones?
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Interesting. All right. So CCAE Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Mr. Bach is available for cross-examination and questioning.
APE, Mr. Wexler?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have no questions for Mr. Bach, but appreciate your testimony and for taking time out of your vacation.
Good. And then just trying to think, Mr. Friedman, do you have any, do you have any cross for Mr. Bach?
No, staff has no questions for Mr. Bach.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bach, I don't have any other questions for you too, sir. I appreciate your providing the testimony. I have read it and it will be considered in the adjudication of this matter.
Perfect. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for taking the time to join us. I appreciate it, sir. You're excused. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
And it's distracting.
Okay, and then now we are off to Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Wexler, I'll have you call him and then we'll swear him in.
Yes, we call Mr. David Rodriguez.
And Mr. Lee, if you could swear the witness.
Mr. Rodriguez, if you please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not penny should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
Do you have before you what has been previously marked as EPE Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir.
And that's entitled The Direct Testimony of David Rodriguez, right?
That's correct.
Now, you're aware that Kyle Olson originally filed testimony in this case, correct?
Yes, I am.
Were you Mr. Olson's supervisor at the time he provided that testimony?
Yes, I was.
And Mr. Olson, I understand, has left the company, is that right?
That's correct.
You've reviewed Mr. Olson's previous testimony, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be true and correct?
Yes, sir.
And since that time, you've actually updated Mr. Olson's testimony, is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, I think what you've done is you've added your personal information, your professional information, is that right?
That's correct.
Have you, but otherwise the substance of the testimony has remained the same, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And do you adopt that testimony as your own?
I do.
Is the testimony contained in your direct testimony contained in EPE Exhibit number 4? Is that true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Are there any changes that you would like to make here today?
Nope, none that I.
And is the direct testimony EPE Exhibit 4, is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Are you prepared to stand for cross-examination on those topics?
I am.
And if you were asked the same questions that are posed in EPE Exhibit 4 today under oath, would you provide the same answers?
Yes, sir.
And there is one exhibit, it's entitled Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory Study. That's a document with which you are familiar, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is the exhibit true and accurate copy of that document?
Yes, sir.
With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we offer EPE Exhibit number 4.
Any objections? EPA Exhibit 4 is admitted.
And we offer Mr. Rodriguez for questioning.
Mr. DeSayan,
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman,
Staff has a few questions.
go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Just have a few questions. In Kyle Olson's / your direct testimony, if you can refer to page 10, line 4.
All right.
And in there, you wrote the 2018 Burns McDonald studies concluded that the extension of RG7 and NM1 became more costly than new generation at the 2 to 4 year mark or by 2023. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Where in those two studies do you see this conclusion?
I think that was more on the life extension analysis. So you take the totality of the life extension analysis. I personally didn't see that one differentiation between the first 2 years and the following years. I think it has a 2027 extension and 2037 extension. And so I believe that's when some of the capital expenditures would have to be undertaken in order to extend the useful life of the unit because it would have taken a few years to get all the engineering done and to go out to bid to get that work completed.
And is this a conclusion made by the Burns and McDonnell study or by E EPE?
I believe it's using the Burns and McDonnell study to, come up with a date of when some of this work would be executed.
And if extending these facilities was more costly than new generation in 2023, why didn't EPE abandon those facilities then? Or these facilities then, rather?
Because we haven't been able to acquire the additional generation. So, it was mentioned, I believe in both David Hawkins and Jim Sheetzel's testimony that the Hecate project, which is 150 megawatt solar project, did not come into commercial operation, which I believe was going to take some of this the resource requirement off the board.
Do you know what the expected costs of new generation would be?
It depends on what you're looking for, right? I personally am on the natural gas generation side. I'm not intimately involved in solar and battery storage, so that probably would be a question better asked to either Jim or Dave. And both of them have been involved in the recent RFP and would be able to give you more specific information on the renewable resources that were bid in. As far as gas generation resources, we're probably looking at $1,500 to $2,000 a kilowatt hour, which would make it more expensive, which is why there was no gas generation selected in the recent RFP.
In these reports, when they make maintenance recommendations on units, does EP usually follow those recommendations exactly?
But it depends. If we choose to extend the useful life, then we make every effort to address the major concerns. And I'll give you Newman 2, for instance, as an example. And so when Newman 2 went to the extension of its useful life from 22 to 27, then, which was another one of the units that was inspected during the same time period, the full DCS upgrade has been completed, significant amount of boiler work, and other equipment refurbishments have been completed over the last couple of years to try to get Newman 2 up to the new extended useful life of 2027. So there is a more concerted effort. We're still limited by the engineering studies that need to be done, the engineering design, going out to bid. So that's all, time consuming and doesn't necessarily get completed in a year or two. And so really looking at the critical components of the life extension studies and trying to maximize our opportunities to keep these units running reliably and safely until we're able to get all or most of the work done. And in the case for Newman 1 and Rio Grande 7, none of that work has been completed. So we're a year, almost 2 years into the past what we had considered the useful life, which was back in 2022, and very little capital expenditures have been performed to target significant extensions in the useful life of the equipment.
Did you say BCS, sir?
BCS
Yes. You
For-
said BCS upgrades or something?
DCS, Digital Control Systems.
Thank you. Do you believe today that RG7 and NM1 are the least efficient units in EPE's fleet?
I think if you look at it in totality, the fact that the typical operation of these units is we start them in early June and we keep them running 24 hours a day until sometime towards the end of September, sometimes even early October, depending on weather patterns. And so the fact that we don't need them 24 hours a day for 3.5, 4 months, sometimes 4.5 months, I believe that is an inefficient use of resources because it is consuming water, consuming fuel, and producing emissions that otherwise other units would be more efficient in doing so. And so, I saw you mentioned the copper unit, and the heat rate on copper is higher than both Rio Grande 7 and Newman 1. But typically, copper is a peaking unit, and that only comes online during the peak when we need it running, and then we shut it off after peak. So it's running, 8 to 10, maybe 12 hours a day versus 24 hours a day, and it doesn't run for the full 4.5 month period. And so I think if you get it over the whole year, the inefficiencies are a little bit more clear.
Just wanted to follow up about that. I mean, partly that's the consequence of the ramp time of the unit, right? Once you start these things, they have to keep running. They can't be turned on and turned off quickly.
Correct. I mean, these are units that were originally designed to be baseload units that
Right.
they run and they'll keep running until you need to shut them off and either fix something or do an outage or do inspections. And so, more recently, these are shifting from baseload units to load following units where they are going up and down even with throughout the day, where let's say during the day there's excess solar on the system and we're importing solar that would be cheaper for us to import and provide to our customers. And so we're pushing all our baseload generation down to the bare minimum. And then after the solar kind of starts going away, then we start loading up these units. So there's a lot of thermal stress that's creating additional wear and tear on these units because we're not operating them the way they were designed to operate. Because economically, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right. So I remember in another case, Mr. Falgren from PNM described sort of these modern gas turbine units that are sort of, I forget what the actual variety they were, but he likened them to a jet on a Boeing 747, where effectively you could turn them, run them as you please. And that's not what we're dealing with here.
Correct.
And so you have to, so in order to cover the short periods of time in which these things are utilized in summer months, you have to start them as you described in June and then run them all the way through the fall just to capture whatever small amount of time you have to actually require them to meet load.
That's correct. And I believe either Dave or Jim mentioned that we're typically looking at the peak period as a number of days, right? 8 to 10 days a year for a 4 to 6 hour period, right? So we're looking at, maybe 40 to 60, maybe 80 hours a year where these units are really needed to be online, but they're running for, 24/7 for 4 months.
What's the cause of that load spike at that period of time? Like, what's going on? Like, is that just like peak summer and folks have their ACs going? Is that is there any correlation with that? Do you know?
Yeah, it's primarily temperature. And so
Okay.
anytime we get above 105, and then if we see multiple days above 105, that compounds the issue because the equipment doesn't cool down at night. And so you see a combination of additional growth in our service territory, and you see conversions of evap cooling to refrigerated air. And so we think the combination of those two are continuing to push the peak period up as our native load continues to grow. So it's a
yeah.
demand side, right? If we kind of, and I think Mr. Hawkins mentioned it, if we could come up with a viable solution on the demand side that would effectively allow us to lower our peak load and minimize the need for these units for those few hours, for those few days.
Thank you. That's very good. Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
Welcome.
That's all staff has. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Allison, you joined us, sir, so I presume you have some questions for Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, just a few, please.
Sure.
Hi, Mr. Rodriguez. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for appearing here. I wanted to follow up on what you've been discussing here, that these two units, Rio Grande 7 and Newman 1, you said that you typically run them 24/7 during the summer months. Is that correct?
That's correct.
From that, could one infer that you really need these units?
No, not really. Because if we really, some of these take 12 to 18 hours to start. And so we'll typically start them up during the weekend and get all the equipment ready to operate for the rest of the week, right? So the fact that we can't start and stop them on a regular basis, the fact that they were designed to start and run for long periods of time. If we decide, let's say this week, we're expecting to have most of the week under 100 degrees, then theoretically we could have shut them down and kept them off. The challenge is we don't know if we would have been able to get them back online. And if we do, then we're just compounding the wear and tear due to thermal stress, right? These units and the components associated with these units were not designed to start and stop on a regular basis.
Sure, I understand. But if you just don't use them, if you just leave them off, what would the consequences be now?
I think that's probably a question that's better asked to Dave Hawkins, right? And he's overseeing our our system planning team. And so they're looking at contingencies. And so I think the primarily role they play is in case there's multiple contingencies on our system, like one of our larger generators goes down and we lose a transmission line, then we don't have 12 hours to get these units up and running. And so I think it's a matter of risk mitigation. And so I think that might be a question better asked to Mr. Hawkins.
Right.
Mr. Elson, sorry, go ahead.
Sure. I mean, from what you're saying, it sounds like you can't live without them. I mean, right? If you've got to have them 24/7 at, minimum in case of a contingency, then, that indicates that, you're concerned about a capacity shortfall.
Yeah, I'm gonna defer back to Mr. Hawkins just because they're the ones that plan the dispatching of the units from a reliability standpoint. And so as far as we typically go with whatever schedule they give us. And so I'm not sure about the details or the variables that they take into consideration for.
So I have an idea to how maybe I understand the question exactly, Commissioner Elson, and what I'm thinking we can do, and we'll consult Mr. Wexler on this one as well. But these questions all go to what does the unit actually do, and how has it been dispatched? And then from that, I think it's fair to infer, well, here's how it might be dispatched moving forward. But what I don't know that I know, and I'm not sure that's in the record at this juncture, is what was the operation profile of these units in the last 2 summers?
Yeah, I think they were running primarily to serve load, and they were running in similar fashion than they are now. I think.
Right. So, but I assume you're going to tell you though is that, and sometimes they're just running to be ready to go, And then there are smaller increments of time where you're actually dispatching. And so I think it would be very useful to the commissioner, to myself, and I presume Mr. Friedman as well, if we could get from EPE, you know, just like a general, like, here's how this unit was actually used in time. And we don't need anything terribly elaborate. Just a basic presentation of, like, going back 2 summers, here's what it looked like, the use of these 2 units. And that should give us, I think, a better sense, you know, what you're sort of describing. And it's kind of nebulous at the moment. I understand Commissioner Ellison's question, so I think that would help us a lot. Mr. Wexler, is that clear enough?
Yes, I think I understand what you're looking for.
Perfect. And I think the last 2 summers seem sufficient to me. I mean, you know, we don't need to belabor this too much.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the last summer, just for clarification purposes, the last summer was the first summer that we participated in the EIM program. And so they are dispatched for EIM because of our proximity to natural gas here in the Odessa Permian Basin. And so sometimes they become the most economical resource on the system. And they are dispatched. They're not started and stopped from the EIM desk, but once they're running, if we have them at minimum, let's say, for instance, Rio Grande 7, if we have it at 20 megawatts, which is kind of our minimum load, they could run it up from 20 to 40, 45 for economical purposes and serve EIM, and our customers would get the benefit of that power that is being sold in the market, and it gets credited back to the fuel cost. And so,
well, and to the extent of what you're telling me is that there's, like, variables that might influence what the results of whatever you're going to present are. If you want to go back further to demonstrate, like, here's the typical load profile without the EIM issues, and that's fine too. I think ultimately the company can provide us what they think is the representative indication as to how this thing's actually used in reality, and why that, you know, presumably you all would take the position that abandonment is appropriate, and, like, look, the evidence suggests as much. So,
and I think it could be useful to understand whether the units are being dispatched in this way for reliability purposes, out of concern that you could have that, you know, 110-degree day where you absolutely need it, or whether you're dispatching it like this more for economic purposes, for EIM participation purposes. And also I suppose it could be possible that you're dispatching the units like this now because you need them for reliability purposes, but you're expecting as you bring new capacity online that you would no longer need that. Would that be a fair statement?
yeah, I believe that's the kind of the intent is we expect to have additional resources in 2025 and 2026, where we may be in a position where we have adequate resources going into the summer, where we would not need to run these units for the entirety of the summer. And we'll keep them contingent, right, in active reserve in case of a unit going down or a transmission line going down or a resource that doesn't show up.
Okay, but you're filing for abandonment.
Right, but it's abandonment in 2026, contingent on resources showing up.
Okay, I'd like to ask about Newman 6. How is that being dispatched now?
That's being dispatched to serve load. It typically stays on most of the day, and primarily because of EIM. Again, we probably would be able to shut it off at night and restart it in the morning, but because it's providing some economic benefit to our customers at night and the resource is there and it's available, then we allow the market to dispatch. We don't allow the market to start it, but we do allow incremental dispatching of that resource.
Okay. And what's the minimum load on that unit?
About 150 megawatts is where we bring it down to during the minimum loads.
And is it dispatched at that minimum level very often?
No, not very often. It's usually when it comes on, it's close to the 228.
So it sort of stays at full output quite often.
Correct. We have smaller units. We have the LMS 100 fleet. We have 5 of those, 4 at our Montana Power Station and 1 at Rio Grande. And each one of those is about 90 megawatts. And so those are the ones that we bring in individually to augment the load requirements. And so we try to keep the bigger units online for the time that we need to serve our native load here in the region.
Right. And I wanted to ask about that because these Rio Grande 7 and Newman 1 are smaller units compared to the this new Mitsubishi turbine. And so does that decrease your operational flexibility when you get rid of the smaller units and in place of that you have one bigger unit?
Well, not necessarily, because we also have 2 combined cycle units that we could lower and increase as needed to absorb some of these instances where we have cheaper power in the market that we're able to import, or where we can fully load them in the evenings or at night when the economics are favorable for customers for us to be dispatching those units. So I think we have a lot of flexibility between the LMS 100s. We have Unit 4 and Unit 5 at Newman, which are both combined cycle units. We have Rio Grande 8, which can go down to 50 megawatts and all the way up to 150 megawatts on automatic generation control. So that's 100 megawatts that you can move up and down relatively quickly, along with Newman 6, right? That's another almost 80 megawatts that we could move up and down relatively quickly. So we feel that we have a lot of flexibility with the other units that we have in the fleet. And that's not flexibility that currently exists on Rio Grande 7 and Newman 1. And so those Newman 1 right now, we actually came off of a ruptured boiler tube leak. And so that, I believe, both Jim and Dave Hawkins mentioned that.
Right.
And right now we're coming in, just placed the unit back online this morning, and we're going to be derated because we have an issue with the boiler feed pump. And so this continues to happen, right? It's not only the turbine and the boiler, but it's also all the auxiliaries, the pumps and the motors and the switchgear and the control systems. And any one of those items can have a negative impact on reliability and availability. And so
Sure.
we believe that we have flexibility with the rest of our fleet, that we could absorb what we need in system changes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. That's very helpful.
Yes, sir.
One final question from my side. There was a question that was specifically deferred to you, Mr. Rodriguez, and it was, how long can the units exist in the status quo?
Yeah, that's a very complicated question, right? And I think going back to my previous response is, even if we did spend a significant amount of money, and I would say it's probably somewhere between 50 and 75 million to get these units where we feel a little bit more comfortable that we could operate them safely and reliably, beyond, the next year or two, right? Getting them up into 27, 28. And so that's going back to the Burns and McDonnell studies, right? The 40-something million dollars that they had in their study, that was 2018 numbers. So you could probably add 40 to 50% to that, just because of what's happening in the industry and supply chain issues and material shortages, labor shortages, et cetera. And so I think we are at a point where we need to make a decision whether we're gonna spend some money and keep these units running, or are we gonna try to avoid spending money, but at the same time not running the units for 4 months at a time, because there is compounded risk that the more we run the units, the more likelihood that something's going to happen. And I think the question was asked about, the catastrophic failure. I don't think there's a risk to the public. I think there's some risk to operators. If a steam line fails, or if a boiler feed pump fails, if you're looking at high energy systems that are running at 1,000 psi, 1,500 psi, 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then there's an inherent risk in what we do at the power plants. But I think that risk is being compounded every year that we continue to run these units without doing the amount of maintenance that we should be doing. So for Rio Grande 7, we haven't done a major outage on that turbine and generator for over 15 years, right? The recommended interval for major outages is 4 to 6 years. And so, we're way beyond, and we're quite honestly nervous that if we open it, we might not be able to get it back online, because anything that is not working, or something that needs to be replaced, will need to be reverse engineered and custom fabricated to try to get the unit back online. And similar with Newman 1, a major outage we had back in 2017, which is only 7 years, but it's operating more, and we're already experiencing some issues with the main steam system, the main steam valves, and it's due for a major outage. And those outages are $5 to $8 million if you're only doing what you expect to do, not including any work that you can't identify until you open the unit up, right? And so it's this 50, 60, $70 million quickly gets added up once you start tearing equipment apart. And that's just the turbine and the generator. We have similar issues with the boilers, where we're having to go in while during the summer while the units are running, experiencing boiler leaks, force cooling it, trying to get it cooled as quickly as we can to make the repairs and get the units back up and running. And we haven't done a significant amount of comprehensive non-destructive testing, right? Like X-rays to see what's the condition of the tubes in every section of the boiler. Circulating water lines, circulating water systems, cooling towers, the list goes on. And the challenge is that even if we do all this work, the age of the equipment and the age of a lot of these components, there could still be something unforeseen or unexpected that'll shut down the unit, and we may or may not be able to get it back online. And so that's the risk, and that's the challenge that we're facing. And I think it's compounding every year that we continue to do this.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellison, anything further before I go back to Mr. Wexler for redirect?
Well, I might just follow up. I noticed in testimony, I guess this was Mr. Olson's testimony about the $93 million estimate to keep each one of these units operational another 20 or 22 years. Does that assume sort of a major overhaul every few years?
Yeah, that assumes that you get back to the industry standard of major outages every 4 to 6 years, going in and refurbishing large portions of the boilers, keeping all the auxiliaries, the pumps, the motors, the switchgear up to date, and the control systems, right? I would imagine that That number includes a control system upgrade, because these two units are still running on, 30, 40-year-old analog control systems that we would, if we want to continue running them for a prolonged period of time, would want to digitize and get the control systems into kind of the 21st century, right? Modern technology. And so that a number, and then again, that's a 2018 number. And so that once you adjust it for inflation, it's going to be significantly higher, right? I would imagine somewhere between 130 and 150.
And so on the Rio Grande 7, you said it's been 15 years since doing a major outage. That's impressive. And so you think you could keep it sort of limping along another year or two, but beyond that, you'd really want to have that sort of a major outage or refurbishment to be confident that it would be available.
That's correct.
Okay.
And if we're looking at 27, 28, then if we're looking at 3 to 4 years, then the preference would be to go in and really perform some of these major outages, perform some work on the auxiliaries, the pumps and the motors, and the cooling towers, and just give us a better chance for the unit to continue to be safe and reliable.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wexler.
I have no redirect questions for Mr. Rodriguez, but once he's dismissed, I do have a suggestion potentially for addressing the last bench request, the bench request number 4.
Terrific. Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for joining us today, sir. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
You're excused. And Mr. Wexler, go ahead.
Yeah, so the 4th bench request had to do with, as I understood it, how the units were being dispatched in recent years, and also, were they necessary for reliability versus EIM purposes versus, why is it they were being dispatched? And I think, as you heard from Mr. Rodriguez, probably the right person to ask that question is Mr. Hawkins. We could, if you prefer, put Mr. Hawkins back on. He's available today until 3 o'clock. And hopefully that would address Commissioner Ellison in your questions. And if not, then we can always supplement that with a subsequent bench request filing.
I mean, so I think it just, from my perspective, it would be more useful just have it as a filing in evidence so that we can all just sort of look at it. Because it just, you take some time to digest it all, really. So, and I think as we're thinking about the RD and all the questions that, Commissioner Ellison asked, and, commission final action, just being able to be persuaded and confident that, the abandonment is the right choice. I think it'd be better to have it all in writing.
Okay, understood. We're happy to do that. In that case, we have no further witnesses and we rest our case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wexler. I appreciate you making the witnesses available. All right, so we heard from our CCAE intervener witness already, took him out of order. So we will go to staff, who may call its first witness, who I see waiting in the waiting room. And Mr. Friedman, I presume you're going to call Kai Fillion as he's waiting, and now he's entering. And then Mr. Lee will swear him in.
All right. Staff calls Kai Fillion from New Mexico PRC staff.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Mr. Fillion, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fillion. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Do you have a copy of your direct testimony filed in this case? It's known as Staff's Exhibit 2.
I do.
And could you just take a moment, make sure it's all there, it's complete and accurate of the one you filed on June 7th, 2024?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections you need to make to this testimony?
No.
And if you were asked today at this hearing the same questions in your direct testimony, would your answers to those questions remain the same or would they have changed?
They would remain the same.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of Mr. Fillion's direct testimony, Staff Exhibit 2, to be admitted.
Any objections? Staff Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And I offer the witness up for cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Wexler, any questions for Mr. Fillion?
I have a few questions, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fillion.
Aye.
Could you turn please to page 4, lines 1 through 2? And here you suggest that utilities have a built-in incentive to abandon older facilities. Is that right?
Correct.
If I understand your reasoning, the incentive comes from the potential for a return on their rate base. Is that right?
Correct.
But you've reviewed El Paso Electric's plans for replacement resources, right?
As much as they have defined them, yes.
And so assume for a second that Mr. Schichtel was accurate today when he said those plans include the Buena Vista units, the Carne project, the new RFP. For those are all PPAs, right?
Correct, but there's still a projected shortage in their planning reserve margin.
You think there's a projected shortage even after the new RFP comes online?
So I think you just change topics. If you're talking about the new RFP, which isn't defined, and we don't have any information about it, we can't say if there will be a shortage with those responses or not, because those responses were not included in this application. EPE hasn't answered any questions about those proposals, and we don't know what will ultimately be chosen from those proposals.
You heard Mr. Schichtel's testimony earlier today, right?
Yes.
And that's part of the record in this case, is that right?
Yes.
So I think going back to my original question, it had to do with whether or not, let's just stick with the Buena Vista and Carne project. Those are PPAs, correct?
Correct.
And EPE does not earn a rate of return from rate base based on a PPA, right?
Correct.
All right, turning to the subject of costs of maintaining RG7 and Newman 1 in good order. You're aware that EPE commissioned the Burns and McDonald's study to assess the potential of life extensions?
Correct, yeah.
Have you had a chance to review that document?
I have looked at it. I can't say I know it's in detail.
Understood. You've probably looked at it enough to understand that the cost to extend both Rio 7 and Newman 1 was over $90 million, right?
It's really unclear what that cost includes and where it came from. One of the questions that we just asked the previous witness was, do these extension costs include the time period from 2022 to 2027, which is what I was reading from the Burns and McDonald study. And I don't think that information is really useful for this proceeding because it's 2024. We're not considering an extension from 2022 to 2027. We're considering an extension from roughly 2026 to 2031. So I did not find kind of a a summary of what costs would be incurred were EPE to extend these facilities starting now-ish, for the next, what EPE considers to be a reasonable period of time, which 5 years seems like a reasonable estimate for an extension. The cost to extend to 2037, like those are not very useful, right? Nobody's considering extending these plants to that year.
So if you want to talk about 5-year increments, I think the numbers that are provided in Mr. Hawkins' testimony are that the cost for extending these units by 5 years is at least $22 million for each of those units, right?
Again, it's unclear where he got those numbers from, whether, I mean, he stated that those are in 2018 dollars, but I'm not sure how those relate to today's dollars. We can do the math, but it's not provided in the application. So I think the main point that we're trying to make is we don't know an updated estimate of these costs that was made recently, because that study was done in 2018, which is a long time ago.
And you haven't offered any alternative numbers, have you?
No. Where would I get those numbers from?
And have you offered any reasons why you think those numbers are inaccurate or were inaccurate at the time they were produced?
Again, they're out of date. We're not sure. We're not clear what maintenance EPE has done between now and then, and we're not sure if they've discovered any new maintenance that's required in the 6 years that have ensued since that study was done.
Yeah. So, Mr. Fillion, I understand your testimony. They're out of date. I'll ask you about that in a second. My first question is just, have you presented any testimony suggesting that when those estimates were done, they were inaccurate?
No.
And so talking about the out of date issue, those were done in, I believe you said, 2018. Now, since that time, I think you'll agree with me, inflation has increased.
Correct.
And we now have supply chain issues that have increased costs, correct?
Correct.
And so we can look at those numbers as a floor, as probably the lowest possible costs for a 5-year extension. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Could you turn please to page, I think we're on page 4. Let's look at line 21 through the next page. So here's your testimony. You say EPE did not provide an estimate of the benefits of continuing to use these facilities. You see that?
Yes.
You've reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Schichtel, right?
Yes.
And it was his testimony in pre-filed testimony and also today that the EPE doesn't consider there to be any benefits of continuing the units, right?
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. The benefit of running a power generator is the power that you get out of it. It's not a terribly complicated output.
Well, if it's not terribly complicated, I didn't see in your testimony that you offered any benefits, estimate of the benefits for continuing to use the units. Is that right?
It's not my job to provide the costs and benefits of this application. I would need to get that information from El Paso Electric.
Well, I think you've heard their answer, right? That there are no benefits.
I mean, that's just not accurate. You know, running any power plants, the benefit is the power you get out of it. He's avoiding the question.
Well, again, you haven't provided any estimates for those benefits either.
I mean, I just said the benefits are the power that you get out of it.
So what's your estimate?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I don't.
Sorry, Mr. Friedman, go ahead. Are you objecting?
Yeah, I think we're going into details that Mr. Fillion's not prepared to answer right now. I think we're going beyond the scope now.
And that's, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is precisely the problem. I mean, I'm certainly entitled to ask whether he has undertaken the exact same analysis that he's suggesting should have been undertaken.
And I believe we heard Mr. Fillion answer that.
Yeah,
I agree with the objection.
Okay, hold on. I understand, Mr. Wexler, what your questions are. I agree with Mr. Wexler. He can ask them. He has asked them. He's made a point, and it's not lost on myself. So
May I proceed?
yes, please.
Staying on page 5, Mr. Fillion, and here, let's see, lines 11 to 13. And here's the beginning of your question, and you basically your answer rather, and you say there's two questions that should be answered, right?
Correct.
And the first question you raise is whether the 2 units are the best choices for retirement, right?
Yes.
Do you have a suggestion for other possible units that should be retired?
I don't. I mainly just wanted for EPE to demonstrate, to provide evidence that these are actually the 2 best choices. And one easy way to do that is just show a couple different examples of what they're choosing not to retire.
Are you aware that El Paso Electric has long represented that it was intending to retire these units?
Yes.
And they also conducted studies evaluating the possibility of retiring those units, right?
Yes.
And I think you will agree with me that other than Rio 6, these are the 2 oldest units in El Paso Electric's fleet.
Correct.
And they're also very inefficient units.
Correct.
Now, the second question you ask is, can EPE provide replacement resources at a reasonable rate? Is that right?
Yes.
And you understand that now, again, assume with me that the replacement resources, the initial ones are the Buena Vista and Carne resources, and we'll set aside the RFP resource for a moment. The Buena Vista and Carne resources, those have already been approved by the commission. Is that correct?
Correct. And those aren't really what I'm thinking about when I'm suggesting replacement resources, in part because they're not dispatchable.
So you think that the El Paso Electric should be looking at different replacement resources?
I think it would be helpful to see what El Paso's plans for future resources are in detail, including the costs of providing the energy that they'll be using.
Well, I understand your point about the cost. I think El Paso Electric has testified today. They've talked about Buena Vista, Carne, and the RFP for additional renewable resources that they're in negotiations now. I mean, is that your understanding of what El Paso Electric has represented?
Yeah.
And again, so at least Buena Vista and Carne, I mean, those are PPAs that have been approved by the commission, right?
Correct.
And in approving those resources, the commission made a determination that the PPAs are providing power at the lowest reasonable cost, right?
Correct.
Now, an RFP process, are you familiar generally with an RFP process?
Generally.
And do you generally understand that one of the purposes is to identify the lowest cost resource that can meet the requirements of the RFP?
Yes.
And any new resource under that RFP, I mean, that would also need commission approval, is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
And then we also heard testimony from Mr. Hawkins, it's also in his pre-filed testimony about the modeling that El Paso Electric has conducted around the life extensions of the existing units, right?
Correct. EPE has done modeling that they did not include any of the results in this application.
Mr. Hawkins represented that the modeling shows that continuing to use the units is not cost effective. Is that your understanding?
Again, our concern here is that EPE has made that claim, but we haven't seen any evidence of it. And one of the things that we're looking for is just show us the evidence. It's not that you clearly have it, and I'm not sure why we haven't been able to see it.
Well, in each of these cases, staff has the ability to request documents and seek information in discovery. Is that right?
Yes, we did that.
And yet you haven't presented any results of those discovery related to the modeling. Is that right?
I mean, we asked for questions about the costs of potential replacement resources, and we were told that those costs were not available.
The costs of replacement resources other than Buena Vista, Carne, and the new RFP?
I mean, the response was just, we do not have cost estimates at this time.
I mean, to be clear, I mean, we know what the costs are for Buena Vista and Carne, right? I mean, those are public record. They're in those cases.
It's not in this application, I don't think.
You haven't gone back and reviewed the record for Buena Vista and Carne?
I have, yes.
And so do you recall what the price per megawatt hour is under either of those contracts?
Off the top of my head, no.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Mr. DeSayan?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I just want to make sure I understand. Well, let's ask this question first. Just got immersed into that dialogue, but I had to ask this one. In Mr. Schichtel's rebuttal testimony at page 24, he says EPE proposes that the commission approve abandonment of the units effective January 1, 2026, conditioned as follows. And then I presume that those conditioned words comes from his reading of the statute, or not statute, staff's testimony. And he's sort of responding to you all here. Final abandonment and removal from all service for RG7 and NM1 would depend on both adequate resources and a 2025 IRP determination supporting abandonment. Does that satisfy staff's concerns? And if not, why?
So I've got a couple concerns about that. I just want to ensure that it's explicit that the PRC has an opportunity to review these plans and confirm that the adequate resources that EPE is claiming to have at that point are there and are reliable. After the experience with Hecate, just having a PPA isn't enough. We want to see more assurances that this power will be there when customers need it. And then the other concern is I don't recall seeing any comments about price for these new resources. And I understand that the RFP process is, geared to get the cheapest option available that fits their resource portfolio, all of that. But again, just want a confirmation that these new resources are reasonably priced in comparison to what they could have had these plants not been abandoned. And I would like to see the PRC, be able to review those costs and confirm that those costs are legitimate. One of my biggest concerns about this whole application is just that there's no comparison, right? Like they keep talking about the costs of maintaining these plants, but they're not comparing that to what the replacement resources would cost. So I want to be able to see like the two scenarios, the one where we abandon the plants, the one where we don't abandon the plants, and just like a clear comparison of these are the costs, of abandonment. These are the costs of not abandoning. And one of them should very clearly outweigh the other.
This last paragraph of writing from Mr. Schichtel in his rebuttal testimony, I neglected to read the last few sentences where he points out, if the data on loads and resources in the future indicate EPE may not have sufficient resources to serve load, then it will file a notice updating and informing the commission about that. And in that event, abandonment will be postponed. So it's another qualification to the application in terms of what they're willing to accept. I mean, to what extent does that factor into your answer? What do you say about that? I mean, it sounds like it's responding directly to your point, which is like, well, show me the data of the availability of the replacement resources. And they're saying, well, we're going to do that. And if for whatever reason there isn't, then we'll postpone. Is that satisfactory?
So I think that's a great first step. And again, I just want that second step of PRC review and confirmation about their loads and resources, as well as a comparison of costs.
Okay, so, and then let me understand this, staff's position on, we have CCAE and Mr. Bach who showed up, who said something that strikes me as relatively intuitive, which is, we don't want to run units with no pollution controls. That's a cost. That's a big cost, and presumably a big cost. And I think that was the interesting part about his testimonies. He looked into sort of the frontier states and what are communities down there doing in terms of, air pollution and all that. But these are where these things are situated. I mean, I guess what staff's position on that aspect of the case?
Absolutely. And in my testimony, I tried to make it clear that we're looking at, a variety of factors and determining if abandonment is the right decision. And emissions and pollution are definitely in that list. That is definitely something that we want to see. Again, EPE didn't provide that information in the application. They did provide some really useful information in a discovery request about the emissions from these plants. But I want to caveat that with the warning that these are just the emissions from the plants, which once these plants are abandoned, they will no longer be emitting. But the problem is, what are these plants being abandoned with? And again, there's no suggestion of what's going to replace these plants. And my concern is, and this is not realistic, but it's just an example, if EPE was forced to buy power from the market or wherever, and they ended up buying power from a coal plants, we would now be replacing natural gas, relatively clean natural gas, with coal power. And right, it's totally unrealistic. It's just an example of why I want to see what the replacement resources will be before we can claim that retiring these plants actually will have any environmental or economic or reliability benefits.
Okay. Mr. Friedman, do you have any redirect?
No, I don't.
Mr. Fillion, thank you for your time today, sir. I appreciate your testimony in this case. You are excused.
Thanks.
Mr. Friedman, you call your next witness who's not in the waiting room?
I can send him a message.
There he is.
Mr.
Hello, Mr. Whitney, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Mr. Friedman, go ahead and call Mr. Whitney.
I would like to call staff witness Orland Whitney.
Mr. Lee, if you could swear him in.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Whitney, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whitney. How are you today?
Okay.
Good. Do you have a copy of your direct testimony known as Staff's Exhibit 1?
I do.
And have you already looked through it, or do you need a second to take a look through it to make sure it's complete and accurate?
I've had a chance to review it, and it is complete and accurate to the best of my knowledge.
And do you have any corrections that you need to make to your direct testimony?
I do not.
And if you were asked today the same questions in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same as when we had it filed?
Yes.
Or would they changed? I move to admit staff's direct testimony of Mr. Whitney. Staff's Exhibit 1.
Any objections? Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
And I offer the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Wexler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whitney.
Hi, Mr. Wexler.
Yeah, Mr. Rodriguez, in his testimony, adopted Mr. Olson's testimony and explained that the average age of recently retired natural gas steam units in the United States is 40 to 50 years. Do you dispute that figure?
I do not.
On page 3 of your testimony, starting at line 7, you have a Q&A there. Actually, the question's at line 6. And here I think you recognize that the 2 units proposed for abandonment are aging facilities, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, aging.
Facilities.
Thank you.
And specifically, you recognize Rio 7 is 68 years old and Newman 1 is 66 years old, right?
At the time of proposed abandonment. So, yeah, so basically we're looking at a 66-year-old unit and a 64-year-old unit. Thereabouts.
Yeah, at the time of abandonment, and so now they're 68 and 66. Is that what you're saying?
The proposed abandonment is for.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it's proposed for 2026. That would put at 2026, it would be 68 for RG7 and 66 for NM1, I believe.
Got it. Thank you. And either way, they are, other than Rio 6, the oldest units in the EPE fleet, right?
I understand that, yes, they're among some of the oldest units in your fleet, yes.
And I think you probably have never had a chance to inspect Rio 7 or Newman 1, is that right?
I didn't fly out there and visit them. No, I did not.
You understand that the last inspection or major inspection of Rio 7 and Newman 1 was in 2018 and 2019?
Yeah, approximately 6 or 7 years old, I believe.
At that time, the inspection showed fatigue damage of the main stem system. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Now, will you agree that the current physical condition of the 2 units impacts the reliability of those units?
So let me just say this. You're currently operating those units, currently. If there was no value in operating those units, you wouldn't be operating those units.
I think we heard testimony from the EPE witnesses that those units are probably are okay for the next year or 2, but that if the company is to rely on those units going forward, that will require some significant capital investments. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I have concern because I have an engineering degree and I've taken differential equations, and El Paso Electric has not furnished me with any of the data to come to conclusions of these costs. So to say this will cost $20 million, I'd like evidence of, or 40 million or 80 million. I would not be doing my job if I didn't ask to furnish those results to me so that I could review those. Where does the buck stop at that point? Otherwise, I've got a rubber stamp and I'm not an engineer.
So let's before we get to the question of costs there that you just raised, I think my original question was a little bit simpler, and that is, do you have any reason to disagree with the company that if it were to rely on those units past 1 or 2 years, there would be significant capital investments?
Again, I haven't been furnished with any evidence.
You don't consider you don't consider the testimony of the people who operate the system to be evidence?
I believe that the folks who are testifying are very capable of doing their jobs. However, I believe that to instill confidence in the ratepayers, I need to be furnished with the actual raw numbers, which we requested.
Let me back up and ask it this way. Are you willing to testify today before the hearing examiner and before the commission that these units would need no capital investments going forward if EPE were to rely on them?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Now let's talk about the costs. Now there were estimates in Mr. Hawkins' testimony of at least $22 million for extending the life of these units for the next 5 years. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Those costs were based on the Burns and Mack study that was completed in 2018, right?
Yes.
And that's something that, as an engineer, you had the opportunity to review.
I was not furnished with the actual study. I was furnished with the final output number.
Now, isn't the Burns and Mack study attached as an exhibit in this case?
I believe it's in your 2021 IRP.
So the IRP is yet another document, right? So setting aside the IRP for just a second.
It's a planning document.
The Burns and Mack study, I believe, is attached to Mr. Rodriguez's testimony. Is that right?
I don't recall if this was part of this of your application. I don't believe that I saw that as one of the testimonies provided, unless it was at 4:50 in the afternoon on a Friday.
Well, we'll have to go back and check because I recall.
This is Dave, this is my testimony.
Oh, perhaps it was one of the attachments to Mr. Hawkins' direct testimony. Did you review those attachments?
In the maybe 5 or 10 minutes in the end of a Friday, no, I did not.
And so if I understood your concern before, was that there wasn't sufficient information provided for you to review, but it sounds like you didn't have an opportunity to review those attachments to Mr. Hawkins' testimony. Is that right?
I've reviewed some of these. I've reviewed Mr. Schiestel's rebuttal testimony, as well as Kyle Olson's. As far as Mr. Hawkins, I don't recall if that was submitted as part of the application.
Yeah, I think it was. And you can see, it looks to me like exhibit DCH4 was the life extension summary of Newman and Rio Grande Unit 7. There was then DCH 5 looks like it was the Rio 7 condition assessment report, and DCH 6 was Newman Units 1 and 2 condition assessment reports. Are those documents that you had a chance to review?
I have seen those.
Uh-huh. And you understand that that's where the $22 million estimate comes from?
Again, I would have to look again, but I don't believe that I was furnished with the actual. I like to know how the sausage is made before I'm handed the sausage, and I believe that no, I did not see the Burns and Mack study, other than what was included in the 2021 IRP.
So now thinking about the 2021 IRP, I mean, that's a study that evaluates, it does a set of modeling around the future resources and needs of the company, right?
Yes.
And takes into account the costs
Yes, it attempts to forecast costs
based on sophisticated modeling.
based on the data available at the time. Yes.
And a numeric model.
Yes.
And you understand that the 2021 IRP also supports the idea that the continued use of Rio 7 and Newman 1 is not supported.
Yes, I understand that. What was not furnished were replacement resources prior to abandonment. And my job, part of my job, is to ensure that ratepayers' system is not, their level of service is not, it is affordable and reliable.
Okay.
So the replacement resources need to be communicated to me. As I mentioned, I've got a background in electrical engineering, so I can do transient analysis. I know that you all do those things. You can communicate those things to staff. You can, for instance, reference EPE's reliability reports and SAIDI and SAFE and CAIDI and CAFE, MAIDI and MAFE. I can go through all of those acronyms for the hearing, for the court, the reporter, but none of those things were furnished. No contingency plans were furnished, and that's the crux of my concern.
You understand the replacement resources, right? I just talked about these with Mr. Fillion. I mean,
I do.
Yeah. Let me just ask, let me try this as we were asking about the condition of the old units. Will you agree that as the components of the units age, the reliability risk increases?
Yes, I understand that.
And that creates challenges for maintenance?
Yes.
And you understand that some of the parts from these old units, they're not even, there aren't replacement parts available, right?
Right. Some need to be fabricated at high cost.
So okay, turning to the efficiency of the units, Mr. Rodriguez presented testimony that these are two of the least efficient generating units in EPE's fleet. And I assume you don't have any cause to disagree with that.
No cause to disagree.
And if you look at page 7 of your testimony, and here I'm looking at the answer from lines 8 through 20.
Okay.
And I guess here you're talking about the sort of requirement from TCEQ, but I mean, those air quality concerns of TCEQ, will you agree with me? I mean, those are legitimate concerns, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you understand that Rio 7 and Newman 1, they have no pollution controls whatsoever.
That's my understanding.
On page 9 of your testimony, and here you're starting your discussion of the factors, the community.
The commuters committee factors, yes.
Thank you. I always forget that name. And here at lines 5 through 18, you express the opinion that there's insufficient evidence to, in your words, conclusively demonstrate that future resources will meet future demand. Is that right?
Yes, that's a challenge that El Paso Electric faces, I'm sure.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, you understand that meeting future demand and maintaining system reliability, I mean, those are also very important for El Paso Electric, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's an obligation actually of El Paso Electric to meet demand and have system reliability. Is
I
that
agree.
right? Now, EPE, is the hearing examiner pointed out earlier, has made its abandonment request contingent. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And I think we heard some testimony from Mr. Fillion earlier, responding to to El Paso Electric's most recent suggestion that it be contingent both on the LNR as well as on the IRP. And did you agree with Mr. Fillion's testimony in that regard?
Yes, I agree with Mr. Kai Fillion.
And if El Paso Electric, because it sounded to me like what Mr. Fillion was expressing is that in addition to those contingencies, he would want to make sure that the commission had the opportunity to review and approve of whatever filing El Paso Electric made at the time it thought it was prepared to abandon. If El Paso Electric agreed that, yes, the commission should have that ability to review and approve, would that address staff's concerns?
I believe to some degree, yes. I think, you know, a pre-approval of any kind would set sort of a bad precedent. The buck has to stop somewhere, and the PRC is basically the last level of you know, scrutiny that New Mexico ratepayers have before something you know, any substantive changes hit them. So you know, as I alluded to before, we are interested in your best, you know, current loads and resources, your contingency plans, and your performance metrics. So in the future, I would like to see those in applications so that I feel comfortable approving them prior to you know, making a hearing kind of a necessity.
We'll certainly keep that in mind for future abandonment proceedings. I mean, as it goes to this one, you understand that, I mean, El Paso Electric isn't asking for pre-approval, we're asking for contingent approval.
I understand.
And so just to explore just a little bit more what this filing might look like. I mean, in other cases, I've seen examples where the utility might make a filing, for example, in this case, make a filing saying, we believe we've satisfied the contingencies, that is, the IRP supports abandonment and the LNR supports abandonment. And so in other cases, I've seen a situation where the commission has said, we'll allow this filing, we'll allow a filing, and then we'll give staff 30 days or some amount of time to provide their own comments on that filing. And then, you know, staff then, or rather the commission then takes up that contingency or that issue. Have you seen filings like that?
Yes.
And is that something, is that a procedure that staff would support in this case?
I would have to defer to the commission on that one. I'm not certain, and I would have to give that more thought.
Fair enough. A couple additional questions on page 6 of your testimonies. I know I'm going backwards a little bit, but here you talk about on page 6, I think it's at lines 11 through 13. You talk about replacement capacity should consider reliability, availability, and operational characteristics. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it also important to take into consideration El Paso Electric's obligation under the Renewable Energy Act?
Yes.
If you turn to page 11 of your testimony. And here you're starting the question and you talk about I think there's 4 factors here you identify that go to the need for abandonment. Is that right? You talk about operational inefficiency.
Right. These are this is a test of the statutory standards set by the Supreme Court of New Mexico.
And so in reading that question and answer that, that starts there at page 11, line 21, I understood that you generally agree that operational efficiency and age, economic considerations, and the public interest all generally favor abandonment. Is that a correct reading of your testimony?
It's piecemeal somewhat because you don't sell your car before you buy a new one.
Well,
to use an analogy, I wouldn't sell my vehicle prior to purchasing an electric one, correct? So if I were to take my Honda Accord and sell it for a Rivian, I wouldn't be following logic. I would replace my vehicle prior to selling my vehicle.
Well, I might sell my vehicle. If I've ordered an electric vehicle, I might sell it to someone contingent upon the electric vehicle arriving, right?
Yeah, but you might be walking for some time.
So let's get back to these 4 things. Because it sounds like you don't want to talk about the summary. So let's just walk about through each one of these.
Sure.
These criteria, as you say. I mean, with regard to operational inefficiency and age, I mean, here you recognize, well, each of the units is nearly 70 years old, right?
Yeah, about 65.
And you also say continued operation increases the risk of catastrophic failure, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then turning to the next page at lines 1 through 3, you address economic considerations, right?
Right.
And you refer to the Burns and McDonnell analysis, right?
I do.
And you say that it indicates that it is uneconomic to further extend the life of these units, right?
That's true. And I'd like to say that in the Burns and McDonnell study, also one of the conclusions was that there would need to be StatComs and static VAR compensators in the near term to apportion for the loss in spinning reserve. That's inertial support from thermal generation units, which you currently have with NM1 and RG7.
Yeah, I think we heard Mr. Hawkins address that concern, right? Is that right?
No, I don't believe so.
This isn't a concern that was raised in the IRP?
This was a concern that was raised in the IRP.
And Mr. Hawkins talked about how those issues are addressed on an ongoing basis?
Through Montana Power Station or NM6 or Palo Verde.
Yeah, we'll have to let Mr. Hawkins' testimony speak for
None of
itself.
those were included in the application.
I don't think they're looking to abandon those units, right?
No, but it needs to be communicated what the replacement resources are in the application, in my opinion.
And I think we've heard a lot of testimony from Mr. Shishto. I mean, I don't want to plow old ground about Buena Vista and Carne and the new RFP. Let's look at your next criteria as public interest that starts at line 4. And we can see at line 6, you say continued operation of these units may result in increased outages or catastrophic failures, which would be detrimental to the reliability of service provided to ratepayers, right?
Yes.
And so that leaves resource planning here. And so what seems to be the big issue here that you've identified is this idea that, and to use your words, EP has not adequately demonstrated that it will have sufficient resources to meet future demand of those resources, right?
Yes.
And you understand that's one of the reasons that El Paso Electric made this contingent request.
Yes, I understand.
And if that request is granted, then El Paso Electric will have those resources in place prior to final abandonment.
Will have or might have?
Will have. I mean, if it has to make a filing that it has sufficient resources to satisfy its planning reserve, then it will have those resources.
Yes, if it's contingent, yes.
Let me, if you turn to page 16 of your testimony.
Okay.
And here, I mean, here you say that staff's recommendation is for EPE to extend the operational lifespan of existing natural gas-fired units. I mean, is that what staff is recommending here?
So the units are currently operating. They're currently running. Have they not been extended already?
Do you think they've been extended?
So to my knowledge, yes. It sounds like El Paso Electric has invested great sums of money to ensure that these units are continuing to operate.
You heard Mr. Rodriguez testify that there hasn't been a full inspection in the last 15 years of Rio 7?
Yes.
And I think Mr. Rodriguez also testified that continuing to use these units, doing the work that would be necessary to continue these units would cause or would require significant expenditures, right?
Yes, I agree.
And yet that's what staff is suggesting?
Without communicating sufficient replacement resources, there is a requirement to continue using the resources you have on your system.
In this very answer that we were just looking at here, you can see it, it's at line 2, you reference the ETA, I think that's the Energy Transition Act, right?
Yes.
And you understand that EPE is required to gradually reduce its reliance on gas-fired units, right?
Yes, I understand that.
In fact, by, I think it's 2045, El Paso Electric is required to be serving its clients with 100% renewable resources, right? Or carbon-free resources.
Yes, I understand that.
And are you aware, a couple of years ago, El Paso Electric requested a CCN in New Mexico for a natural gas-fired resource that was Newman 6?
I'm aware of such. I was not at the PRC at that time, but yes, I do recall that, and I believe El Paso Electric was denied that application.
If El Paso Electric spent, we'll just take I'll just take a hypothetical figure. It's one that Mr. Rodriguez referenced of $120 million, but I'm not asking you to agree with that figure. Whatever the figure is, 120 million, even if it's 50 million, to extend the lives of RG7 and Newman 1 in order to continue to rely on those resources. Would staff support full cost recovery for El Paso Electric?
I don't believe they would.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. No further questions.
Mr. Desayan?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I do have a few questions for this witness.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whitney. My name is Charles DeSalen, and I represent Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
I'm Mr. DeSalian.
Now, I want to start, Mr. Wexler hit on this a little bit, but I just want to ask you a few questions about the grievance committee factors. And that's on page 8 of your testimony, of your direct testimony.
Yes, I'm here. Mr. DeSalen, I believe you cut out.
Is he frozen?
Yeah, it looks like he's frozen.
Yeah, his internet is. Sometimes they come back to life, but other times you have to leave and then re-enter. Let me do this. Oh, he went away. Good. Okay. It means he's probably going to log in again. So we'll just give him a few minutes. You know, it's a possibility his whole internet crashed and that's why he froze. So,
Perhaps you could take a 10-minute recess, Your Honor.
yeah, somebody's trying to loop me into another meeting.
Oh, we don't have to.
No, I know. I'm thinking. Yeah, I think maybe that's the thing. That's the play. Let's take more than let's do like a 30-minute break and then we'll just come back in 30 minutes. And Mr. Desayan will then have the opportunity to ask whatever questions he wants to ask because he's still not in the waiting room. So I'm guessing his machine crashing. If I don't, I'll call him and see what's going on. And we'll come back at 3:30.
Okay, good enough.
Thank you very
Mr. DeSane, can you hear us?
Default. Yeah.
I can hear you. Yes, Mr. Lee.
All right, unless the judge comes back early, we're on a recess till 3:30.
Okay, until 3:30?
3:30.
Yeah, there are
Okay.
other people in the waiting room. Let me see who is coming in.
I don't know what that does.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. I'm not sure
You
what
bet.
what computer. Um, if this continues, I'll just wave my cross.
All righty. That is an issue you would have to take up with the judge.
Yes, I understand.
All right, I'll be in close proximity should everybody decide to show up. If I hear voices, I'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
I'm ready if you are, Judge. I cannot hear you, Judge.
Back at it now?
That's it.
Sometimes it's just unplug and replug is the only way. Anyway, wonderful world of technology. All right, Mr. DeSayan, you were about to ask Mr. Whitney some questions, and Mr. Lee will go back on the record.
Yeah, thank you, and I apologize to everyone. I would propose, I'm having some unreliable connectivity here, and I would propose that if I blank out again, then I will wave my cross.
Okay.
My cross of Mr. Whitney is fairly short, shouldn't take very long.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So again, good afternoon, Mr. Whitney. I was about to ask you about the commuters committee factors, which you reference in your testimony, your direct testimony at page 8.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you state that these factors apply in this case, correct?
Yes, per the State of New Mexico Supreme Court.
Okay, but the original or these factors originated with a Pennsylvania court decision, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And these are factors that the commission should consider in deciding an abandonment case, is that right?
Yes, it tests whether or not the statutory standard has been met for abandonment of facilities.
Okay. And one of the factors that you list is a balancing of the carrier's loss with the inconvenience and hardship to the public upon discontinuance of such service. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that emissions of greenhouse gases from the units proposed to be abandoned should be considered under this factor?
Yes, among other things, yes.
Okay. And would you also agree with me that emissions of other pollutants that are harmful to public health, also should be considered under this factor?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. Mr. Friedman, do you have any? I don't have any questions for Mr. Whitney. Mr. Friedman, do you have any redirect?
I just have one question on redirect.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Whitney, on page 16, well, 15 going on to page 16 of your direct testimony, Mr. Weschler had asked you about your comments between lines 22 essentially through lines 3 of that next page regarding your opinion on extending the operational lifespan of the existing units.
Yeah.
Do you recall that? I think it was his last question.
Yes.
Just to clarify, are you just asking for the commission to consider extending the operational lifespan of the existing units?
Yes.
You muted yourself. Orland, you're muted.
I'm so sorry. I had a small emergency. Okay, I think I'm okay.
You said yes. If you needed to say anything more, that's fine, but that's sufficient. So no more questions.
Okay. Mr. Whitney, thank you for appearing today. You are excused, sir.
Thank you.
EP, at this point, you've presented all the evidence you intend to submit in this case, yes?
That's correct, other than our responses to the 4 bench requests.
And, you know, we'll talk about this in a moment with the briefing schedule, but, you know, that there's no real, well, you know, if you can get those to us as soon as you can, that's great. But as we're all aware, the utility in this case is proposing a contingent abandonment, which is in the far future. So I presume there's no rush. My preference would be just let the rules for briefing play out as they do in the commission's rules. And if we did that, that would be August 26th for initial briefs, and then September the 8th for responses, just today plus 20, and then that day plus 13. And then actually it would be the response brief, technically, if you just added 13 days to the 26th, it ends up being Sunday 9/8, but obviously that's Sunday, so I'll just say 9/9. So again, initial briefs 8/26, and then the response briefs 9/9. And Mr. Wexler, go ahead, Mr. DeZayan.
Yes, thank you. I would request a little more time on the response brief, as I expect to be out of the country the first week of September.
Okay. Is there any objection to having a longer time for the responses to accommodate Mr. DeZayan? Mr. DeZayan, what's your preference? So September 9th.
I think one week should be plenty.
So we'll say September 16th.
Yes, that would be fine.
That's the subsequent Monday, the next week's Monday. Okay. And no, Mr. Wexler, if you can get us those bench requests at your earliest convenience, no big rush on that.
Yeah, we'll try and get them to you sometime next week.
Perfect. Is there anything further from anyone? All right, Mr. Lee, we'll go off the record. And thank you, everybody, for appearing today and participating in the hearing. Appreciate everyone's patience with technological stuff. It's a group effort, so.